Time to go. Robert Meyer, Burnett, and Dave Parker, Midnight Metal. Just kidding. I can't sing. Oh my God. Imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies? Greetings, man.
A dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom. In select theaters this weekend.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it's I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, yada, 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 Robert fucking Meyer Burnett. And I'm here with Midnight Metal, episode 57. It wouldn't be a show. It wouldn't be Midnight Metal without my cohort, someone who's far more metal than I am, somebody who's always hard and ready to go. Mr. Dave fucking Parker. Dave! How are you? Too far? Did I go too far with that intro?
No, that's good. That's good.
Was that good?
Always hard.
Always hard and always ready to go. You know what I'm saying?
Baby, I am your
No
race
blue
to
pills
your
for
Murtaugh,
you, my
man.
friend.
You are too old for this shit. You can't even handle what's about to go off.
You're not talking about me. You're talking about the audience. Not us.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, this is what middle age. This is what middle age looks like, motherfucker.
They're the Murtaugh to our rigs.
That's right. Of course, then they had to age it all down and put it on TV and make it palatable for the millennials.
Oh, goodness. Now I'm
Dave, we're 8 days away from Halloween.
7 now, technically.
You know what? You are right. You know what? I've got to go in and change the title of this show.
No,
Hang
when
on.
I saw it, it was 8 more days. Now it's 7 more days.
I'm going to go
October the 23rd was the day that the great Halloween 3 Season of the Witch begins, which is why you put it up there.
Yes, that is true. That you're absolutely right about that.
Is there a better Halloween movie?
Well, Dave, I think that's what we're going to talk about tonight.
We're going to do a little redo or redux. Or maybe we're going to do what we were trying to talk about last week.
Halloween Kills.
We only covered it a little bit. Yes, Halloween Kills. Did it kill the franchise or did it just kill?
I don't think it killed the franchise. It made lots of money.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to kill this franchise.
You know what? It says that my mouse is running out of power and I can't find my power cord. No, I think Halloween Kills made a lot of money. I mean, God bless Jason Blum. People love him. People hate him. I admire him. Jason
got Malik Akkad. Got to give it to him too.
Malik Akkad, yes.
He's kept the torch going for his father, Mustafa.
And I have to say, in a grand fashion, as much as I might not like the 2018 Halloween, or not so much Halloween Kills. I mean, that was a little bit more fun, maybe.
But you haven't seen all Halloween Kills. Let's be honest here.
I've seen some of it though.
You've seen some of it.
Yeah, not all of it.
Seen all of it. You haven't
and
seen all of it.
Here's the thing. I mean, to be fair, Halloween. Look, we don't have to rehash. Everyone's heard every story about Halloween ever spoken of, but the Halloween is a beautiful lesson in minimalism. It's a film that, as everyone knows, until John Carpenter wrote his score, people didn't think it was scary. The Babysitter Murders. By the way, I did see a very cool shirt that someone made it says The Babysitter Murders, which was the original title of Halloween.
Which is funny because
Last Exit to Nowhere has that shirt.
Oh yeah, but it's funny because recently I watched the movies that made us, and they do a whole horror section this time, and they do one on Halloween. And Erwin Yablon said, no, it was never fucking called The Babysitter Murders. So either he's just forgetting it, but that's the lore, that's the legend that originally the title was The Babysitter Murders.
Yes.
And then, but I think he, to give him credit, was the one who said, what if we set it on Halloween? And then investigated and was shocked to find out that no one had ever used the title in the film before.
Right. That's probably true.
Crazy. But yeah, the thing is, it's an interesting thing. Halloween, which is sort of the granddaddy in a way, not the first slasher movie.
No, I mean you go back to everyone's like, well, Dave, it's Black Christmas. Come on,
it's Black Christmas with some of the machinations with the POVs and everything else. But you could also argue that Psycho was also a slasher movie that brought horror out of the Gothic into the modern age, and into the thing that could happen next door to you. So
yes,
but Halloween was the one that really started the whole slasher craze of the early 80s and everything. But it's different because it's a different kind of thing, because it's interesting because you look at something like Friday the 13th, and it was like, well, the first one was a huge hit, but the killer of the first movie didn't become the icon. Whereas Halloween always had Michael Myers.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I've said many times on this show, the very first piece of physical media I owned was the Meta, before it became Meta home entertainment version of Halloween. My parents, for my bar mitzvah, gave me 2 bar mitzvah presents, and they got me that, and they got me a Dogtown skateboard. Kryptonic 70 millimeter wheels, Tracker X tracks, and a Dogtown board, because we all had to make our own skateboards back then. And the thing about skateboards was they were transportation,
Yeah.
Bikes, they were cooler than, and they would fit in your locker at school. So you could take them. And, but Halloween, that was the first piece of physical media that I ever owned, and it was fan-fucking-tastic. And kids were over at my house because, you couldn't watch, I was 13, you couldn't watch R-rated films.
So I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but so you did not see the original Halloween in the theater either, correct? Okay, so neither did I. I was way too young.
Yeah, I mean, I was. I
remember when I first tried to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, I was 11.
Wow.
When it came out, and no one was. Dude, I was a kid. Like, I remember hearing radio commercials for The Exorcist, and I was 7, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to go see. I'm 6. I'm like, I want to see The Exorcist. My parents are like, no. I didn't even know what ratings were. I'm just like, it sounds scary and awesome. Take me. I mean, I can only imagine what my life would have been like if I'd seen The Exorcist. I mean, also, I've never taken prescription drugs in my life, except I did have to take tetracycline once for acne. but only for a little while. That's the only time in my life I've had to take prescription drugs. And I didn't even have bad acne. But it was just like, I don't like having giant nose zits, except popping them was fun. And now if I did it on YouTube, I would have been rich. But that was it. So that was like my only experience. I didn't take. I swear to God, I would have been a prescription drug kid had I seen The Exorcist at 6. My parents were. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the first 5 other video cassettes I acquired after Halloween, one of them was The Exorcist. And I waited, and I put it aside. I'm like, I'm going to wait until I'm 13 years old. It was it was probably May of 1980. And I saved The Exorcist for midnight. And I put it on. I've explained this before. Dude, I got to the end of the sequence in Iraq, and I turned that shit off. I was like, it was the tone. I couldn't get past. I'd never seen anything like that before. And the dogs fighting, and, Father Meriden, when he's facing off, I didn't know it was Pazuzu yet, but, and you hear just the drone of the music. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. And I was like, I couldn't go on. That's like the first 10 minutes of the movie.
Yeah. It's interesting because I think of that opening, and similar to Halloween, the opening, very visceral.
Yeah.
But I have to say that The Exorcist hit me on more of a primal, visceral level.
Sure.
Of just that opening. We didn't even get into Georgetown yet, and it was like it was so real. It felt so real,
dude.
And you were there, and just amazing. Now, again, Halloween at the time too, transformative for me, hugely impactful opening. But that's the thing. When it comes to Halloween Kills, there are things that David Gordon Green does in Halloween Kills that are callbacks to the first Halloween, and I'm not talking just flashbacks. I'm talking about stylistically.
No.
There's a moment where there is a tableau where basically it's almost like a splash page of a comic that just freezes.
Yeah.
And everyone just stands there, and the camera keeps moving and holding on the moment. I mean, the thing is, the beginning of Halloween, when it ends, and you just have the parents, they unmask and you reveal that it's Michael as a little kid who has just killed his sister and everything. And then they just put their hands in their pockets and they just stand there for this very, very long time for the music to end, because it's cinematic. It's not about reality. Halloween is not about reality.
Well,
none of them are about reality.
But I have to say that when I remember watching that the Mita videotape for the first time, and by the way, this is my first John Carpenter experience. It was soon to be followed up by Dark Star, because that was out on VCI home video. Dark Star, the feature version of it, was one of the first pre-recorded tapes you could get that wasn't magnetic video, that wasn't So I remember putting that on, and that whole opening scene with the point of view and Dean Cundy's gliding camera work. It was stunning, to my 13-year-old self. And when you're watching it, and then you the way the knife comes up through the mask and kills Judith Myers and all that shit, it was. I mean, I remember I have such a clear mental image of the first time I watched Halloween, and I put it on at night. I saved it also until it was dark, and I'm watching it, and that. Because I didn't know anything about Halloween. I just knew that I wanted to see it. I knew I'd seen the ads and no one would take me because it was rated R. And what was really interesting was that was 1980, the summer before, actually the spring before, Alien had come out. And by the way, it's so cool to see that smoke when you breathe out. It looks very cinematic. My grandfather, my recently widowed grandfather, he's like, where can I take you kids? I'm like, well, Grandpa, there's a new movie that has come out called Alien. And nobody would take me. And I coerce him to take me and my 10-year-old sister. And my grandfather was like, okay. Dude, I mean, again, Alien at 12 years old, a transcendent motion picture experience. Like, it's hard to explain to people what it was like to see movies that there was nothing analogous to them that previously existed. Nothing.
And there was no, I mean, you saw a poster, you may have heard a radio ad or saw a TV commercial or a trailer, maybe,
Yeah.
but we weren't going to R-rated movies, so
No.
I don't know if they programmed R-rated trailers beforehand for R-rated movies.
Dude.
But the thing is, there was not, what I remember about Alien, and this is all going to tie in, guys. Trust me, I'm going to tie this in here really, really well. And you're
Well,
gonna be like, that's fucking metal.
Wait, before, hang on.
Oh, yes.
I just want to say that these moments, like I was sitting in the same theater I'd seen Star Wars in, the UA 150, that I saw Empire, that I saw Buckaroo Banzai, that I saw Big Trouble in Little China. You know, one of my favorite theaters of all time. They blew it up, and sitting in there like watching Alien with my grandfather. People don't understand, especially you younger kids. Nothing like this ever existed before. Right. So there was nothing. You couldn't be like, well, it's kind of like Mario Bava's Planet of the Vampires. It's not. I mean, the storyline might be, and I love Planet of the Vampires. I love Mario Bava.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful,
dude. It's but this film was fucking real. You might as well have been watching a documentary.
Right.
I mean, I was talking about peak verisimilitude. Alien had it. You watch it today. The only thing that gives it away is the technology, is the computer screens or whatever. And even now you can believe it, like, oh, it's an old ramshackle ship. So they just didn't spend the money, you know,
right.
4x3 screens or whatever. And that's fine. But sitting in that theater and watching it in 70 millimeter on this huge fucking screen, dude, I was terrified. Fucking terrified. And I'm sitting next to my grandfather, and he's just like stoic. Because, you know, he doesn't buy into it. He's like, whatever. At least kids want to see it. My grandfather was humoring us. And my sister, she was like breathing heavy. She's 10 years old. She's like crying. And I'm like, you're not leaving. Only because I didn't want her to leave, because I'm like, I'm too scared. But it was the greatest thing I ever saw. And Halloween, though, watching it, I felt kind of the same way. That whole opening scene, you know, the floating, Dean Cundy's floating camera work, and when Michael Myers is revealed to be a kid. I mean, at my 13-year-old self, I'm like, holy shit. Even though it was home video, I did not understand the widescreen John Carpenter experience yet. Dude, I mean, come on. That was some transcendent shit.
What was great about the reveal was, at that point, the last thing you expected it was to be a little kid. So it instantly took the audience out of any sort of comfort zone that they may have predicted that was going to be. So
right.
Carpenter did the best thing that you could also do in a horror movie, which is not trust the director. He's like, okay,
he'll fuck you up. He will fuck you up.
He's starting with a kid killing.
Oh yeah.
But Alien, like going back to Alien for a little bit, my exposure to Alien was I was aware of it, but it was going to toy stores, and there were so many product tie-ins for kids, like toys, and there was a little like Viewmaster click thing, and then there was like a little like film reel and everything else. And I wanted the doll, and my mother refused to get it for me, which I'll never forgive
the doll. Come on, bruh, action figure, like 18-inch. The fact that people don't remember, I got that for Hanukkah 1979, dude. So they made, for those of you at home keeping score, they made a 18-inch. You can look up the commercials on YouTube.
Oh, it's amazing.
A psychosexual, biomechanical. I mean, they made an alien,
a big walking penis.
the big chap, and it had it had a glow in the dark skull underneath a clear plastic, smoky clear plastic dome, and it had that tail. It had a molded tail, but the tail was heavy enough that you could hang it from places.
Right.
You know, and you could
it
have
had the jaw, and it had the second jaw.
Yeah, the second jaw. I mean, dude, this was like, to this day, and I fucking sold mine. And I had it for the longest time. It was. You know what? When I think about look, Star Wars figures, 12-inch GI Joes, there were two toys that were transcendent in my youth. One was the Alien, and one was the programmable big track truck that had like you could program it. It was an electronic truck, like a battle truck, like Arc 2 or something. And those toys were so ahead of their time. And that Alien figure, I mean, they're like, hell, it's the Kenner Toys or whatever, Alien, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, they didn't see the movie. Clearly, they didn't see the film before they decided to make this toy. And it comes out Christmas of 1979. I'm like, how could you not buy any movie-related toy? Because you got Mego. There were not movie-related toys because there weren't, other than Star Wars. And everyone was on the bandwagon. It's like, oh, I'm really excited to get my Yvette Mimay figure from the Black Hole. And by the way, she exists. And Ernest Borgnine and Anthony Perkins. And yeah, I would get those. And I would feel good about it. But the problem is, talk about toyetic. There's nothing you can do with the Black Hole characters because they went through the Black Hole and that's it for them. They're done. But the Alien could kill any motherfucker that walked in your house. I was like, we'll kill anybody. And that was the great thing about, because there was hundreds of thousands of eggs in the Alien derelict. So we only saw one alien. But imagine. And that was what you thought when you first saw the movie. I'm like, what happens if someone else finds the alien derelict on LV-426? There's many those those eggs, they're just waiting for some dumb shit to put their face in the front of their vagina opening.
Oh yeah, of course. And guys, I don't know what's going on my camera, but this blinking and changing colors thing. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. I have no idea. I have plenty of light. I do have plenty of light coming on me here.
It's certainly coming on you.
Yeah.
Right on your face, Dave.
It's all over. Just
Protein.
but
what? Just an aside. Whatever.
But I was so glad that I didn't see Alien when it came out. I'm glad that my parents had the wherewithal. Now I would have been so fucking traumatized. It would have been bad. And the funny thing is, the first time I tried to watch Halloween, which is the broadcast before, I think around the time Halloween 2 actually
came out, 81.
Came out in 81. So it aired on like NBC for the first time. And I remember I was a little kid and I'm trying to watch it. I got through the credits and that was it because the music scared me too much.
Oh, dude.
That was it. And then when I finally did watch Halloween, I rented it and I watched it in the middle of the day.
What?
And it still scared the living shit out of me. In the middle of the day. That is how fucking great that movie is. And then
Dude.
When I finally saw Alien, forget it. It was, both were that and The Exorcist, all these things, and clearly Halloween was the one that like planted the seed. The
seed is planted. Terror grows. That would be 1978's Philip Kaufman's version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which
coming out in 4K very soon.
Dude, one of my favorite genre films of all time.
Amazing. If you have not seen it,
do you know why I love Philip Kaufman's Invasion of the Body Snatchers so much? Do you know why it's so great?
I know why. Because Robert Duvall plays a swinging priest.
Yeah. Which is, I love that. Can you imagine? Like, he was probably just visiting. He's just hanging out on set, and Phil's like, "Hey, man, could you just dress up as a priest
and swing?"
Yeah. By the way, that is so one of the great creepy moments of all time. One of the great unsung moments in cinema.
Oh my
Maybe
God.
it is sung.
I remember seeing that movie in the theater.
Oh.
And holy fuck, did that scare the shit out of me. That ending traumatized me. Totally traumatized me.
Okay, I did not. It's very funny. I did not see that movie in the theater, and it's one of the great regrets of my life. I mean, I've seen it in the theater since.
Right.
But it's Philip Kaufman's invasion. So to me, there's the triptych of genius. Call them remakes or whatever, or I would just say reinterpretations. They're not remakes because none of them.
No, they are really reinterpretations. You're absolutely
and there are three. And by the way, people are going to throw out the fourth one. What about Chuck Russell's The Blob? No, there are three. There is Philip Kaufman's Invasion of the Body Snatchers. There is John Carpenter's The Thing, and there is David Cronenberg's The Fly. Those three movies are the Tiffany standard, the white ribbon and the blue box standard of remakes. Now, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying, and that takes nothing away from Chuck Russell's The Blob, which
I like. But
no, it's so much fun. The only thing now that the only thing that dates that movie, where I think the others are timeless, are Kevin Dillon's mullet.
Well, okay, Kevin Dillon's mullet.
It's very metal, but
it is very metal. But I would say that, Dave, we have a guest, and I don't know how long he's going to be here for. But we're talking.
He ran away. I want to quickly tee up though that all of this is, to me, what is the appeal of evil and the villain and the anti-hero, and this guest fucking knows this so well. I can't wait to hear what he has to say about this, and of course the Halloween season.
Okay, first of all, this guest, and I already I fucked up. I teased him before. I have to say that our next guest has, in my mind, let's just bring him on. Fuck it, Mr. Bryan Fuller. The man who is responsible for what I believe to be the single greatest horror television show of all time, which is his adaptation of Thomas Harris's entire Hannibal Lecter series. And he is a man who knows horror, the franchise, better than anyone. When he throws a party, he doesn't just have a themed party. He recreates Crystal Lake and
Brian,
all. So Mr. Bryan Fuller is here. Brian, I don't know. Can we hear you? I don't know. Can we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Bryan Fuller, I bullied him tonight. I called him out of.
I'm a victim of bullying.
I completely bullied him to come on the show tonight because it's our pre-Halloween show and it's midnight fucking metal, and Bryan Fuller is fucking metal, if nothing else.
Oh my God.
So, Brian, thank you for being here. I told him we only would get like 5 minutes, but you know he's going to stay a little bit longer. So, Brian.
Well, we'll see.
Brian, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
The question is, you are one of the biggest Friday the 13th fans in the world, and I'm not going to say anything about maybe the future of the franchise, even though, gosh, if somebody were to do something with Friday the 13th, I think it should be you. Just saying.
Rob, stop. Don't tease me.
I would love it. I love that franchise, and it sort of bleeds. It's sort of summer Halloween because you get all of the wonderfulness of the stalk and slash, but it's in the summer months, so it's almost this precursor to the Halloween season.
So it's like a vacation from Halloween before Halloween. But now
it's a vacation to Halloween.
But now let me ask you something. Why is it? I mean, I don't think there's anyone in Hollywood, any Hollywood professional that loves the Friday the 13th franchise more than you.
I've met a lot of people who are really have great affection for it. I love it for all sorts of reasons. I love all of the kind of inversion of Psycho with the dynamic between Norman and Norma Bates, and then in Friday the 13th, it's inverted to Jason and his mother. in a way that has a pedigree to it that I think is easily overlooked in terms of profound moments in horror movies. There's few and far between in the stalk and slash genre, and Friday the 13th has some profound moments in the franchise.
I agree.
Some profound psychological moments in the franchise.
Now, do you have a favorite Friday the 13th film?
It's one. It would be one or two. I like the 1-2 combo. It's sort of like if you were asking me if I preferred Star Wars or Empire Strikes Back, and my answer is yes.
Okay, now somebody in the chat's like, ask him about season 4. Ask him about season 4. Now, I'm not even going to say what that means, and I'm just throwing it out there. If you have anything to say about it,
we are constantly waiting to be coaxed onto not even coaxed because we're so willing, invited onto the dance floor. We've let everybody know the cast wants to come back. I want to come back. Martha De Laurentiis wants to come back. And it's just a matter of, is there somebody who wants to do it? There's so much content. There's a tremendous amount of content.
Yeah, but dude, if I can just reiterate, the 3 seasons of Hannibal, and this is not just to suck your dick because you're here, I'm just saying they are 3 of the most beautiful, horrific, existentially difficult seasons of television I've ever seen. And I have to say, there is a book, the art, I think it's called, what is it, The Art of Hannibal? There's
definitely one.
A making of book that is essential for any creator who wants to work in television. And what you did on that show is so profound. And I'm just saying, it's not just because you're here. I tell people this all the time. Hannibal is a profoundly milestone work in television history. And I'll flat out say it. And it was that way because of you. And so now that
we had an amazing team, and like David Slade knocked the pilot out of the water in a really cinematic way. Jim Hawkinson, our DP, and really the cast, because I don't think any of the I think in different hands none of it would have worked, and it's really comes down to kind of Hugh and Maz as just really being able to pull off some ridiculous shit.
Well, of course, but I mean, you did bring a diabolical. I mean, what I love. We were just talking about remakes. You took the Thomas Harris novels that had been previously adapted, and you gave it a spin. You didn't just try and readapt them. You came up with something new and an interesting spin, and you turned everything on its head, and you brought a creativity to those books. I mean, it was like, I mean, how do you follow up? The Red Dragon had been adapted twice, and you came in and put a different spin on it, and it was ballsy what you did.
Well, you expanded the mythology.
Oh my God!
I mean, that's the most fun, and I think Red Dragon also worked so well in our season because of Rutina Wesley and Richard Armitage were so distinct in their new adaptations of characters that had been done a few times before, and so I watched those scenes, and it so much is taken from the books
Sure.
that I just feel like I'm kind of shepherding along someone else's child, and I see the books, and then I just see like this wonderful romance
Right.
between this horrible murderous man and perhaps the only woman who can see him but can't.
By the way, Wakazashi's Tea House, he's in Japan. He lives in Japan right now. Says Pushing Daisies was a lot of fun too.
I would love to revisit Pushing Daisies. I would love it. I love that in Lee Pace's interviews for Foundation, he's always talking about wanting to come back. So that's great because we all feel the same.
My God, what an actor! God, I love him. I love.
He's so good in Foundation.
Oh.
He's great in everything. But every time I see him do something new, I'm like, oh wow, and you can do that too.
Now let me ask you about the Halloween franchise.
Yes.
What is your experience of the Halloween franchise? Can you tell us when did you first see Halloween? And could you talk a little bit about Halloween 3?
Well, my first experience with Halloween was as, I believe I was 9, just turned 9 when it had come out in the fall of 78, and my sister was babysitting, and my brother and I had to go and sit with her because she was so traumatized from seeing Halloween. So it came mythologized in a cool way because it already came with a story and an impact. I was sort of seeing the social impact of it before I even got to see the movie, and that was exciting. It was sort of like hearing about Jaws before seeing Jaws for so long because I was even younger then. So I saw one of the things about being in my sort of generation, which we're in the same generation about a lot of these horror movies, is oftentimes, like for Halloween, I missed it in the theaters because I was so young, but I got Halloween 2. So I really
me too.
on Halloween 2, and there was long stretches of time where I was like, it's better than the original, just because I discovered it with everybody else as opposed to coming along afterwards because I was too young for the original's sort of release. But Halloween 3 is my favorite.
Now let me ask you this. Why?
Well, there have been 12 Halloween movies now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all but one of them is about Michael Myers. So it has kind of risen to the top in a way that, since we have a few different iterations of Michael Myers' story, that it's becoming a little bit like it belongs to a lot of folks in terms of interpretations, with varying degrees of success. But all of them I had fun seeing because I like Michael Myers. So
sure,
yeah.
But
what did you think? What did you think of the new one?
I thought it. Here's what I loved about it. Kyle Richards. Like, I think there is an entire franchise to hinge off of Halloween that can be as powerful and mythological from Lindsay Wallace's point of view. If we're taking away the Lindsay her romance with Tommy Doyle. So I think there's something that I really enjoyed seeing Kyle Richards back playing that character, and
she had my favorite moment.
Yeah,
she has by far. And the one that felt the most like Halloween.
Yes. Like she was my favorite.
Yeah.
What did you think?
Oh, I'm the lone dog out of so many of the people that you and I both know that I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. But again, I've gotten 11 other ones, and I'm like, look, the last one, I'd seen Laurie Strode go through trauma before.
Right.
It was called H2O. I'd seen this. It wasn't
20 years ago.
It wasn't this big revelation for me. So I still had fun, and the end stuff was great. But I had, it's like, okay, I've seen the Laurie Strode story. Give me something else. And that's what it gave me. And it stumbled, and there's logic things, but I thought there was a lot of things, especially the way he shot things that really made it go back to more towards the original than even the previous one. And I really enjoyed it. And I'll take the carnage. Because again, it's not something you get to see as much.
I'll take
with Michael.
the carnage.
And Michael to me has always been, as much as I love Jason and I love Leatherface, but there's something about Michael being the singular of purpose sort of thing. He's always been the scariest one. He's always been the one that unnerves me the most.
Yeah, I think there's something interesting between there's an interesting comparison between the Jason and the Michaels. They're very close. It's both children coming out of trauma in some way, or so they're kind of different than the Freddy Kruegers, which are more monsters.
Right.
Right. And the thing is about Nightmare on Elm Street is, Wes Craven set that up so well that series could always be more imaginative because you're dealing with the dream world. So you could have way more variety with that and more opportunities to explore interesting, different things. So, what I like the fact that until Halloween Resurrection, Michael was never the butt of a joke.
Right, until Busta Rhymes.
Until Busta Rhymes came up and did kung fu with him. It was like, and he was in the mask. He's like, what the? And he's like, and then Michael became the butt of a joke, but never before. And I was just like, oh, okay.
Well, that's what I don't feel like Michael is the butt of any joke in these two new films.
No. And by the way, that's I you guys have brought up something I think that's really, really important. Freddy Krueger became the front man. He was an opening act for like Don
Jackie
Rickles.
Mason. He became the Jackie Mason of the slasher.
And I will say that even Leatherface, as much as I do enjoy Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, as far as canon films go, I think Life Force and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. I mean, I'm like, canon films. You take, still to this day, one of Texas Chainsaw has not lost its power. I mean, it is Texas Chainsaw, Exorcist, Night of the Living Dead. I mean, these are films that have never
originals.
The originals, because of, as the viceroy of verisimilitude that I am, these are films that have never they create a reality that you cannot escape from, and that's what makes them terrifying. And what is interesting is when you go the other direction and you create what Bryan did in Hannibal, a nightmare reality. It's very hard to do that and make you believe, and as like Hannibal, what I love about the Hannibal series so much is the first season is leading you into hell. You're going into hell. You're going into Dante's hell. And the second season, you're in hell. The characters don't know they're in hell, but they're in hell, and and there's a nightmare logic that is so gorgeous and so beautiful. But the great thing about Texas Chainsaw, but the Halloween franchise, for the most part, kept it real. And I think what's great about the first Halloween, people forget, it's like it takes place on like 2 streets. It's not like there's a whole town after Michael Myers. It's 2 streets, and it's simplicity in itself. You have Tommy Doyle looking out a window, and he sees a shape moving.
The shape.
With, by the way, the greatest movie marathon of all time is playing in the background. Right. I mean, The Thing. It's so great. And
Forbidden Planet.
Yeah,
exactly.
Planet. And you hear the sound effects, and I think that's what. And I have to go back to Halloween 3 just for a minute.
Sure.
What I love about Halloween 3 so much is it is a wonky, crazy fantasy movie that is played so straight, and it's so, if you think about it, it is goofy as fuck, but
it's Scooby-Doo with boobs and alcohol.
Dude, that That poor woman. I'm here. I go. The scene when she's in her motel room and she's fiddling.
And that's Tom Atkins' wife, right?
No,
Yeah.
Nancy
It's not-
Loomis is Tom Atkins. No.
No,
Wait. What's it?
in real life.
She
thought I
was
had
like an
read
acting
that-
teacher or something like that they knew.
I
don't-
thought I had read that while he, and this could be, please correct us if this is wrong, but the Marge or whatever her name was, who's props open the Silver Shamrock medallion, that was Tom Atkinson's real life wife while he was
It
could be. I don't know. But dude, that scene is one of the great scenes in horror cinema. I mean,
it's great. Like her mouth is busted.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
I mean, it is so horrifying, and the violation of someone's mouth. I mean, we see violations on Pornhub all the time, but not like it is in Halloween 3. By the way, I would be remiss. David de Olveria Pinheiro says, he sends in a super chat and he says, going back to the beginning, how important was the creation and execution of Wonderfalls to establishing relationships, and how much of this show still affects your new creations?
Oh, I love Wonderfalls. It was a fantastic experience with Todd Holland, and there was something quasi kind of spiritual about it in terms of like surrender to destiny and like stop struggling and sort of go with the flow as much as you possibly can. So I miss writing to that kind of philosophy, I guess, like having a little bit more fun. After Hannibal and American Gods, both of them were so serious. I sort of yearn to go back to some lighter spiritual comedy.
Well, I mean, I think all of your work has been. When I talked to you, we had a great conversation, which is on the channel. I think I called your work something like sardonic, diabolical whimsy, or something like that.
I'll take it.
That's exactly what you said the first time, and
you're like blending two William Castle titles into that compliment. I like that.
Well, I would ask you, Bryan. I mean, I think as far as look, I think we're getting so much horror now. Mike Flanagan is doing like Midnight Mass. You're working with people like Blumhouse, and you're doing all kinds of. It's been announced you're remaking Christine, and you're a big.
I was working on it right up until 12/29.
Because I bullied you. Bullied, and by the way, I can't thank you enough for being here. But by the way, come on, where else would you rather be at 12:50? On a Saturday or Sunday morning?
I can make a couple guesses, but
Oh yeah, okay. Well, look, but I would just say, and the thing is, you're one of my favorite people in the world, and
you mine.
Well, I just think that your take on horror is, for me, I'm all about the creator's vision. I need to know that, especially with horror. We grew up, when Clive Barker's Books of Blood came out, like transcendent horror, like truly those stories, those 6 books of blood were a revelation. And I kind of feel like what you did with Hannibal was the equivalent to what Clive Barker did literally is that a word? In the 80s. Hannibal was that sort of Clive Barker-ism for TV. Like you did something that really pushed the boundaries, and I mean, you bent genders, you talked about non-binary characters without addressing that shit directly, but you did it. And I'm like, why aren't people looking at Hannibal as like, that's what I want to see? You want to see inclusion and diversity? Watch fucking Hannibal, because that show has a lot more to say and is a lot more interesting, and it goes way deeper about inclusion and diversity than is thought of in your reality, and
That's very generous,
dude. You were generous because I've watched that fucking show all the way through like 3 or 4 times. Here's the thing: it's kind of like The Godfather. It passes the HBO test. If you start watching Hannibal, you cannot stop. Like if Hannibal was something I could chop up on a mirror and snort it, I would. I mean, I would. It's that fucking good. And
I think it's fed by. I mean, it's certainly fed by Clive Barker. Clive Barker was instrumental in sort of helping, find a harmony. When you're trying to make a creative expression, you're trying to harmonize with so many different inspirations. And Clive Barker's voice was definitely one that I was trying to harmonize with in anything that has anything to do with horror that I've done, just because he's covered a lot of territory and he really changed the genre in a way that no one else has since, because we were all so used to Stephen King. We were also used to the America.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Man.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, you said we are also used to the America, and then it froze for a minute.
Just there's something Rockwellian about Stephen King's brand of horror, and which is why it speaks to so many people and is so relevant still today. And Clive Barker changed all of that and made horror a little sticky in a way.
And he made it dangerous.
A little
again.
sticky.
Yeah,
he made it dangerous again.
Yeah. He came in your fucking face. And by the way, he didn't ask if he could. He just did.
No, he just did it.
Yeah, and by the way, we needed that. And I have to say, I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, but I guess, that was in the mid 80s. And I feel like now everyone's so delicate now. And I think to myself, I'm like, my God, reading the books of blood was a revelation to me. I mean, I loved edgy shit. But when I read fucking books of blood, I'm like, holy shit. Like
Dread was something that I was like, what?
And
dude,
I thought that turned into a great film too. I thought Dread actually. I thought the film really, really, really worked. Rob, if I may,
please.
I want to ask, Bryan. You work so much in this genre. What do you think the appeal of evil is? The anti-hero, the villain, evil. Why is through pop culture throughout decades and decades since it's been really prevalent that we as a viewer love evil? And it's also in our music, it's in album covers and everything else as well. What do you think the real draw is for people worldwide with evil?
I think there's a couple of levels to that question. One is that usually we identify with the things that are deemed evil and see some sort of humanity in them that we're told to interpret in a real binary way. So it's like good and bad. And usually the appeal of evil is sort of going like, yeah, I would do that if I could and get away with it because I have bad feelings sometimes.
Right.
So I think there's that, and there's also then the very basic, Shark Week appeal of like, isn't it cool to see, there but for the grace of God go I into the shark's maw. There's something like that, and I think they're like for disaster movies, it's relatively easy to answer like, well, it's the great leveler of society. Mm-hmm. And so anybody who's felt marginalized or fringed in some way by society is going to love a good disaster movie. And evil is much more complicated than that. What do you think?
I mean, I think a lot of it is wish fulfillment. I think a lot of things are projected into that as far as wish fulfillment. I think there is especially when it comes down to like music. Like I remember, as a kid, either seeing, Kiss Destroyer, the album cover, or the Black Sabbath album cover, and the fact that it got a rise out of my parents. There was the rebellious aspect of it, of like going against the grain of what was deemed appropriate, and it's just funny. Then once I went down that rabbit hole, I just kept going down, and I couldn't, there was no stopping me at that point, to the point of just the fascination of it. And the one thing I love about the horror genre is that you can do any type of story within that genre. You could do a romantic comedy in the horror genre. You can do, an action movie. You can do, things with dealing with religion, like The Exorcist, and faith, and all these things. I just think it's just such a huge well that you can tap into. It's interesting.
Always been political. Like there's always been
then there's that too. Yeah. And the funny thing is, even people who like going to Halloween Kills, the funny thing is everybody goes, oh, well, it's mob mentality, which we've seen in the past, in the past year and stuff, very much so, and everything. And I agree with that. But I also was like, oh, it's a Frankenstein movie. Yeah. It's the townspeople with pitchforks and torches going after Michael Myers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But this time Frankenstein's an asshole.
Yeah, he's not sympathetic he's not misunderstood. This guy is like totally not. But
now
I thought there were a lot of really interesting ideas in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Well, here's one of the things that I really like about portrayals of evil is that we all as people, we all have impulses like fuck that guy, or like you know what, my neighbor, I hate that guy, or I hate that person, or whatever. But what I love about evil as it's portrayed in film is usually evil's really smart.
Yeah,
evil's not dumb, and
dresses well.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, okay. The thing about Hannibal is, I want to be Mads Mikkelsen's. I mean, he eats the rude. If somebody plays a bad note in the symphony, he'll eat you because you fucked up. Hannibal is the ultimate purveyor of culture. And like we live in a lowbrow, let's scream and yell and each other. Hannibal is the first guy to be like, no. He'll quote a sonnet from some like poet that you've never heard of, and it will stir your soul. The fact is that but Hannibal is eating people that deserve to be eaten. Like and what I loved about your series is what Hannibal is trying to do, at least the way I saw it, is that Hannibal is a purveyor of the Western culture, the Enlightenment. He wants people to be the best they can be. And if you're not, he will fucking get rid of you. You know why? Because you deserve to be gone. And the relationship he has with Will Graham, he knows that Will Graham has the potential to be him. He knows. He's like, you live in this house and you have your dogs and all that, but you know what I'm doing is correct. You know that these people need to go. And you're still like grappling with no, it's all about like people, we have to, and Hannibal's like, no, dude, we really don't. These people have to go.
It's like very Old Testament.
No one's gonna miss them. The world will be better off without them, and I will make sure that people that aren't the best, they gotta go. And here's the thing about what I love about Hannibal. I'm like, politically, I'm like, you're right. And that makes me fucking terrified. I'm terrified because the Mads Mikkelsen version, your version of Hannibal, is my fucking hero. And
Oh,
I
yay.
feel bad about it. I feel bad about it. I mean, that guy has Windsor knots or whatever. He has the best clothes. He eats the best food. I mean, and not only that, he knows how to make you into the best food.
He's a good psychiatrist.
And he's good at his job. Yeah.
And he's good at his job.
But he's the best. He's the best, and he's like, most of humanity is not living up to the standards they should be.
He's
So
not wrong.
I have no problem getting rid of these people because all of them are bringing us down. And after the last 4 years and all this, I'm like, gosh, I wish Hannibal ran the fucking government. But I don't know what that says about my politics.
Nobody would go hungry.
Ah.
I by the way, I have to say, Cardinal Sin, by the way, this is shameless. Shameless. He says, Dave Parker and RMB, Mr. Fuller, I love your work. Come on my YouTube channel. My show, Masters of the Genre, thank you for your great work. Even I can't condone that. I can't. Cardinal Sin, I love you, but come on, man. Don't be soliciting shit. And Cardinal Sin says, Hannibal is one of the best, he goes on to say, is one of the best TV shows ever. Hands down. Well, Cardinal Sin, I appreciate your support. His name's Gil. He's great. Come on, dude.
Support, Gary.
But so I listen. I want to go back to this. Is so crazy. I want to go back to Halloween 3.
Yes,
because
please.
To me, it's one of my favorite. I mean, Dave's worked on a Halloween anthology. Oh, dude. Ho ho. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Bruh, come on. And you know what?
Such a great box.
Why do we need this? Because it's
45.
fucking awesome.
Great.
I mean,
That's great, guys. Just product shame me here.
Thanks
a lot.
Come on, man. I need to point out.
I have the action figures.
I just want to point out that Bryan Fuller provided me with these 3 posters that I didn't buy. They're Star Trek posters. I don't want to bring up Star Trek, but however, one of our.
Oh, you brought the word up.
I'm so glad that you didn't have them and wanted them.
Dude, can I just thank you for them?
You're very welcome.
And they're beautifully framed.
And I will just say, Brian, just so you know, he's not allowed to say those 2 words usually on the show.
Oh.
Yes, I've been forbidden.
He's forbidden to mention those 2 words during our show.
Although Michael Strelitz, because people are going to ask, they're going to be like, Star Trek Discovery, why'd you go away? Well, can I answer that? Can I answer that? Because
I literally cannot talk about it.
You can't. I'll tell you why. Because what you wanted to do was really good. Just saying. I mean,
I'd rather talk about Season of the Witch.
Okay, let's get back to that. Here's what I love about Season of the Witch. So, for those of you who don't know, after Halloween 1 and 2, there was an idea to make a yearly Halloween anthology film. So each year would be given a different Halloween-themed film. And Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, was originally conceived. Nigel Neal, who did the Quatermass movies, had written the first draft. And I love this movie. I love Halloween 3. First of all, the opening credits with the Halloween pumpkin, but it's done. It's so good, and the music. I mean, the score, Dean Cundy's photography. It's
a great score.
It's a great score. The film, I mean, it's so beautifully shot, and Dan O'Hurley. I mean, the movie's about a fucking warlock who wants to kill kids. I mean, it's
such a brilliant idea.
Brilliant idea, and
with a piece of Stonehenge.
I know. I mean, you look at it. It touches. It ticks for me all the boxes, and it's so. The funny thing about Halloween 3 is it's kind of timeless because when you go into Northern California, even now, like no one has cell phones or whatever, no one cares. But it has become this timeless. I love Halloween 3 more every year.
Yeah.
And I would ask you, why is that the case? Why is Halloween 3 so fucking good? And why it's not just because the silver shamrock theme.
Oh,
I know.
no, I have my answer.
Yeah, I want to hear your answer.
Because Tom Atkins is a pimp, man. Halloween 3 makes Tom Atkins a pimp. Here's a doctor who's like, I'm going to take off. Wait, I better call my ex-wife and tell him I can't babysit the kids with my Miller High Life 6-pack before we go on a drive with this, with this
Stacy.
woman. It was Stacy Nelkin.
Who, by the way, you know what I love about her? Nowadays, people are just too fucking good looking in movies. And I can't, it shatters my belief. Like, one of the great things about, like, I love The Fog.
I do too.
And
my
The
God.
Fog
And he
is a
Picks
timeless.
up Jamie Lee Curtis and like, boom, they're in bed.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jamie Lee Curtis, what I love about her is she's, by the way, I think she's more beautiful now than she's ever been. She is exquisitely beautiful now with her short hair. Great. But what's great about it is people used to look real. Now, Brian, I would bring up, I mean, one of my favorite actors is in the original Christine. He was in Dressed to Kill. He was in all that jazz.
And he's a fantastic director.
Keith Gordon, a
Amazing
fantastic director.
yeah.
And one of the things that has always bothered me, the spring break of 1983. I was in Palm Springs. My grandparents had a house there. I'd go there I read Christine. That was what I did when it first came out. And I can tell you where I read it. They had a pool. I sat around the pool and I shifted my lounge chairs when I read it to get more sun. Christine was one of the most indelible Stephen King experiences I ever had because it was in spring break of I was in high school of 1983, and it's like the movie came out the same year as the book did, which was weird.
Yeah, right.
And I love that book so much. And you are now slated to direct. You're writing the film. But the one thing I have to say, and I think you're going to alleviate this problem, everybody in Christine looks too old.
Right.
In Carpenter's movie, they're too fucking old. And I as much as I love the movie, I love the opening scene, all of it, I love the movie. But everybody looks too fucking old. There's no verisimilitude. It's the one John Carpenter movie I look at and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. Everybody looks like they're goddamn fucking 30. You cannot have your lead character be the same character that was Joe Gideon as a teenager in All That Jazz in 1979. You can't do that to me. And I know you won't do that.
No, we haven't even gotten to the casting.
Well, I know, but still, you're gonna make it look. You're gonna cast age appropriate actors, high school age kids, not people that are like. It's not Grease. They're not 30.
There are a lot of really talented teenagers.
Fuck too. Yeah, there are.
There's no reason not to get people who are in their teens. Yeah, there's a lot of really good people in the 17 to 21-year-old range that are wonderful, that are working now and prominent. So I feel like we're going to find the right people.
No, I know you will. But I mean, that's my only problem. I love Christine. I really do. But watching the film, I'm like, everyone's 30. And it's so hard. That wasn't that book.
It was different when I saw it because I was so much younger. It was like, oh, okay. I didn't know. Now I look at it and go, sure.
Yeah. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, that's what people who are older than me look like. But
except for Buddy Repperton, who I just assumed had been held back many years anyway.
Like a decade.
Yeah. and now let me ask you this. I mean, one of the great things about, like, I watched The Queen's Gambit. Which is a period piece, and yet it almost feels like a retro future period piece.
Right.
So when you do Christine, are you going to do it as a period piece, or are you going to do it like now? What's your
the plan is to be authentic to the book, and set it into 78, 79.
Nice.
And that's the intention right now, and the intention from everybody creatively.
Nice.
But we have to make it make sense for the time period, because one of the arguments as to why to do 1978, 79 is that and not modern day, is that cars do not have the weight and responsibility of freedom that they did at that time, because kids
don't get licenses now.
Yeah, now they Uber
use
everywhere.
Uber to get everywhere. So
and the thing is too, that was one of the weirdest things, that when they started talking about your new interpretation, it's not a remake, because you're interpreting the book in a different way, the same way that we were talking about Philip Kaufman doing Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and
which is the best one, I think.
Right.
Oh my god,
so,
dude.
But one of the funniest rumors was like, oh, they're not going to do the same car. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
what are you talking about? You can't have this without the car, which I know is also pretty difficult, in the sense of, realistically, like, those cars even back then were not, they weren't a huge run. They were not a huge run, a make of a car. Now it's like you drive down the 405 and I see the people who have the Christine cars, like, on the back of a flatbed and stuff like that. But is that
yeah,
have you guys thought about the challenge of finding the cars, because you're going to need multiple, I would assume.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an issue. But the goal is to represent the book, and right. to represent the Christine of the book, and also this is a car that has been regenerating for decades,
right? Which is very cool. I mean, and I look forward to your take on that. The idea that car has regenerated, and what does that mean? Like what was something I love, the idea that Christine the car has been a murderous entity throughout its whole life, and in the film and in the book, you get the idea that it just had one life. It was there, and then it was in Homeboy's, I forget his name, he sold it. But I want to believe that Christine had a whole
Lube.
Yeah, the shitters had a whole life, like that Christine was passed down and from person to person, like Excalibur. This great evil or whatever. In my own mind, I've always wished that. And by the way, to me,
Christine
that book
was like a guillotine at one point. Yeah.
Well, I would say that but people forget. I mean, Stephen King. I was an early acolyte of Stephen King's, and that book, I loved that book. Christine is a fantastic novel. I don't know if you agree,
and
but
very different from the Carpenter film.
I agree. No, I love it.
It's so good.
Probably, it was the perfect time as a kid to read, because absorption was high and critical thinking was low. Not that I feel like the book didn't capture me wholly, even when I reread it recently, and I've been going through it. It has some of the. I think it has my favorite scary sequence in any Stephen King book is in Christine.
What is that, Brian?
It's Darnell's death.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's so the way it is structured, and the way that he sort of deals the information and weaves this wonderful narrative that he pays off with every step. I won't spoil it, because people should read it, because it encompasses so much. It's the climax of Jaws. The shark is in the water, and then the shark is in the boat.
Yeah.
And holy shit, how did that happen? So, but yeah, Darnell's is is not just in terms of like the character, but just how it's written. It's beautifully written.
Yeah, that character is great, and trying to find someone like Robert Prosky is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if anyone can cast,
no, I know
Bryan Fuller is the fucking man,
to see
dude.
who it is.
I agree, but I think
Me
that.
too. I hope we get a green light.
Well, no. Look, I mean, you're going to direct this film. It's been a long time coming. You making, I can't imagine somebody who deserves it more. I mean, my God, you know what? To have you direct this film, I can't tell you how excited I would be to sit down in that theater and see it. And by the way, please, I'd like to go to the premiere.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, but I think of all.
Wouldn't you like to go to the set?
Well, yeah, but
I'd like to go. I'd like to go to the set.
Here's the thing, though. That'd be
Me
fine.
too.
Yeah, I know. Let's let Brian's will be. But you know what, though? What I want to see is what you've wrought, and it's been a long time coming. And you've earned this. You've worked so hard. You've created so much great shit. I want to see you directing this. By the way, don't fuck it up. Can I just say that?
Thank you.
Better not.
I
Don't.
definitely am going to endeavor not to, and have been talking to really smart people to help with the production. So
No, and by the way, I have to say, I mean, kudos to Blumhouse, because Blumhouse, to me, they're doing the God's work. They can make low budget films and get them theatrically released. And Halloween Kills, $50 million opening. Kudos to everybody, and the idea that what they're doing it's fantastic. They're the only company that's doing this in all of Hollywood. They're the only people that are making movies on a budget and releasing them theatrically through Universal and making money. And they're also doing things for streaming. They're fantastic. I mean, it's the place to go. I'm a huge fan of Blumhouse.
Have you seen The Black Phone?
No, because it hasn't come out yet. I've seen the trailer, and I've heard it's fucking great. Is it great? It looks fucking great.
It's great. I saw it at Beyond Fest, and it is great.
Oh,
that's Steve's son, Joe Hill.
Yeah.
It's based on a Joe Hill story.
Yeah.
It's great.
Well, and again, I mean, the fact that Ethan Hawke will come back and he was in Sinister, do that. This is what we need. What we don't have is what Blumhouse is. Blumhouse is the only. It's like Blumhouse's Avco Embassy of 1979.
Right.
That's what they are. As a matter of fact, if I was Blumhouse, I would do a riff on the Avco Embassy logo.
I love that.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I wish they were doing some version of The Fog, because that's where I always input.
Oh my God!
I mean, by the way, you should do that. You should do when Christine is done, do a Blumhouse logo that looks like Avco Embassy. And by the way, everybody will be like, "Wait, you want to do what?" They'll be like, "Avco Embassy? What are you talking about?" No one knows, but we'll know. I mean, some people do it, and it's cool. But now,
I love the Avco Embassy header.
To me, every time you saw that logo, something awesome would follow. I don't have one bad memory of an Avco Embassy film. I don't.
It was a badge of courage.
Yeah.
People.
It was Bob Ramey, right, who was running that section during that time.
Yeah.
Was the guy, and it's funny. The Arrow showing the new art all weekend long is showing a 4K restoration of The Howling.
Dude,
Avco.
My disc was
4K
just
is on the
shipped to me from the UK. My box set in 4K. Thank you very much.
And that's a great movie too.
Oh my God,
so good. Well, I mean, I love it. By the way, this is interesting. Michael Strelitz says, "I just got here. A film by Bryan Fuller? Amazing. Will it be woke or normal? Please be normal." Here's the funny thing. You were so fucking woke before anyone was woke. Hannibal is the most woke fucking TV show of all time. I mean, it made me want to have a same-sex relationship with a cannibal. I mean, my God, I'm just
that Cannibal's being played by Mads Mikkelsen.
Well, yeah, because he's amazing. I mean, that's a really interesting thing. Like, to me, horror has always been transgressive, and
from the very beginning, it's always been about something. It's always been about, there's always been sympathy for the evil figures.
Hasn't horror always been woke? Quote, woke?
Yeah.
I think so too. I mean
the
Psycho?
ideas, Mary Shelley essentially created the genre in Frankenstein, and that is all about science taking the place of religion, and what happens when you break that down on a gender basis. I mean, The Bride of Frankenstein rejected heteronormativity. She was like, fuck that. I don't need a man. It's amazing.
I especially don't need that flat-topped man.
Right. Yeah, you have this feminist, proto kind of oh gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember. It's late. My brain's sort of fried. But she was an amazing feminist, and she created the genre. She created science fiction and horror in one book. So, right from the beginning, it's been woke.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, now we're living in a time where battle lines have been drawn in the culture wars and all this, and I would say that the horror genre and also horror and science fiction, somebody said to me, Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness with multiple genders is not that. It's so right wing, and I'm like, okay. I would say that horror, like Clive Barker's Books of Blood 35 years ago, and a lot of science fiction were the first places that I personally, I'm like an adopted Jewish straight kid, but what I love is transgressivism, or is that a word? I loved anything that pushes the boundaries of culture and sexuality and all that. I love that, even when I was young, because people said, you're not really Jewish. I'm like, okay, but I've learned Hebrew, I'm a bar mitzvah boy, but you're not really Jewish. And I'm like, okay. So I've always loved anything that was transgressive, Solo, the Devils. I wanted to see the most transgressive shit ever. And now we live in a world where I feel that everyone's screaming about, I want to be this, I want to be that. And I'm always like, well, yes, of course, you be that way. I'm here for you. But now, I think Hannibal, it really does, going back to your show, it really does stand as a testament. If people really watch it, it speaks to everything that's going on today. But it's not so dumbed down. You have to be smart. You have to look at it and go, oh, I get this. And how do you feel as a creator addressing all of the culture wars and everything? And to me, Hannibal is the end-all, be-all of woke culture. If you want to know, if you want to address something, it's already been done. And Bryan Fuller fucking did it. And if you watch that shit, it is so transgressive. And it is so far beyond your arguments. How do you feel about that? Am I wrong?
It's definitely a very kinky show, and had a lot on its head. And one of the great things about just working in a writer's room is that you have this amalgam of all of these weird people who know a lot of specific details about a wide range of weird shit, and you get to share it. And so it's this wonderful brain trust. So it's always the product of an amalgam of ideas in the best way. And we just had the opportunity to be weirder than others, and that was kind of a gift, and it wasn't just about being weird. Although I think a lot of executives who worked on the show would say it was.
But it felt to me like you watch the show. I feel it's very directed, very pointed, and when you read the book, the making of book, I mean, and talking to you, come on, man. You know, you knew what you were doing. You were very. It's not like you're like, oh, maybe it'll the writer's room will come up with something cool. You knew you knew it. And by the way, that's not to take away. And I think it's very nice that all your writers and your directors as well, the cinematography, it was a collaborative effort, as everything is.
Yeah.
But, dude, come on, you have to It is Hannibal is something that you had to be the fulcrum. You had to wrangle these cats and herd them.
Yeah, but the kiddies all we all loved the same fancy feast. You know, that was the fun of it, is that we're all wanting to nurse at Thomas Harris's teats on this world. And the whole goal with Hannibal was to give, whether we couldn't do it literally all the time, sometimes we did, but to give the audience the experience of reading Thomas Harris, which is a crazy experience because he's such a wild writer that goes to some crazy places. So when I think the thing with Christine is the same thing. The goal is to give the audience the experience of what it is to get inside a King story and be told that story.
Well, let me ask you this. Halloween next week. What does Halloween mean to you?
There's something. I loved Halloween growing up. There was something about the it's kind of all summed up wonderfully in Dan O'Hillery's speech and Cochrane's speech in Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. After he goes on about the stars dictating events, he gets into some really insightful observations about Halloween, and I think for me, Halloween has always been an escape. It's always been medicinal. It's always been a chance to not be yourself and be something that makes you feel safe or powerful for that, season of the year. So I think there's something profound about that escapism with Halloween that's appealing to a lot of us weirdos, because it's like, oh, for instance, in Halloween is very important to the gay rights movement because while it was illegal to be gay and there was cross-dressing going on in bars, you could be arrested and jailed for wearing clothes that were not your gender except on Halloween. So it's like it's not just about drag queens and Judy Garland. It was sort of this great kind of reclaimed ability to express yourself. And that's what I love about Halloween. I love that it's an opportunity to choose a different identity, and that's and do something Frankensteinian and have a different kind of alive than you usually do. And
my God, that might be one of the great quotes of all time. To do something Frankensteinian and to do something to be more alive. Wow, dude.
That's Halloween.
Do you know what you're going to transform into for Halloween this year?
Oh yeah. I planned that shit ahead.
Yeah, good.
No, Brian.
What is it? What is it?
Madame Blanc from Suspiria, Tilda Swinton.
Oh, Tilda Swinton's version too.
Oh,
and I love that movie.
Dude,
I love her in that movie.
Wow, my God. Now, I look. You. First of all, thank you for being here. You've graciously.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, you said I was like, Brian. I called you up. Just be here. I'm like, I'm gonna call Brian. Just be here for 5 minutes. You've been here for an hour. I want to thank you so much, and
course.
yet I'm still going to make you talk more.
Oh,
No, come on,
Say a little bit more.
Dave, come on. And now here's the thing. Here's what I would ask you. I think that horror is a very important genre in terms of defining our culture. And I don't think it's ever been as important as it is now. We need it. It's a way where we can express or experience culture, and because it's horror, you can address things that are uncomfortable, like The Purge, whatever.
Get Out.
How Get Out? Oh my God, absolutely.
Get Out changed the genre in a major way.
And yet no one's been able to duplicate it.
No,
They're trying.
Yeah, I'm excited about Nope though.
Dude, I don't even know anything about Nope, but my God, count me in. But now let me ask you, Bryan Fuller, purveyor of some of the greatest horror I've ever seen, please opine, if you would, about the future of horror. What do you think we need as a culture from our horror entertainment?
Well, it's hard to say. I think we need great stories. Honestly, I think there's something about what Jordan Peele did in Get Out that raised the bar for horror, because it was so meticulously drawn, filled with kind of, so many cultural Easter eggs, that it really is a brilliant movie. And so I think we just need to tell stories as well as we possibly can. And I think that I'm not afraid of telling old stories again if they have new resonance.
I love that.
yeah.
But okay, since you brought that up, how do you do that? How do you tell old stories and give them new resonance? What is your philosophy behind doing that? I mean, you've already done it, so we've seen the evidence. But what can you tell people, maybe other creators who are watching this right now?
I think every story has to be told through the lens of the times in which you're telling it. So I think even, looking at something that's a period piece, there has to be something that connects to audiences today, and in some major way, because otherwise it is just the art department's problem, and it shouldn't be the art department's problem. It should be everybody.
Well, if you watch the book about the making of Hannibal, the art department and your brain was interconnected. So
it was a lot of fun to do, and it's a lot of fun to world build. But I think that I would like to see stories about marginalized people be greater successes, to encourage kind of that level of expansion. But also I just want a good story. I want a good story.
Yes, sir.
And I want to be scared, and I want sequences. I feel like we're gotten into an age where we've forgotten lessons from Kevin Williamson in terms of how to craft a sequence for a character, whether they're going to live or die. There's the 90s was all about the horror sequence, and I feel like we've kind of lost that
right
a little bit.
I agree.
Sort of hop out and stab you.
By the way, 200 Watt Studio says, Bryan, I met you at the Academy for the premiere of American Gods and the following Q&A. Fantastic series, sir. I have to say, Bryan, you got me into that. Just saying that.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
You did. You invited me to that, got me into that. Thank you very much. But so 200 Watt Studio was there, and he thanks you for that. Listen.
Thank you. Thank you for being there.
I mean, I would keep you here for another hour. but you did say, I just said, Bryan, come for 5 minutes. You have graciously given us an hour of your time.
Bryan,
well, it's always nice to talk to you and talk to you about this stuff, because there's, It is kind of a Margaret Mead delight. Like, we should be looking at genre storytelling through more of a cultural lens, and there's a lot to be learned.
I mean, I think this entire channel, my entire YouTube channel, is about that. And what's interesting is Dave Parker has brought on. We've had many guests, many horror directors. We've had musicians, and Dave Parker has brought on so many great people. I haven't brought on anyone until tonight.
and then he brings on the heavy hitter.
No, I don't.
Like,
no.
Then he's like, I'm just gonna, like, 5 minutes before I'm gonna call, like, boom.
No,
like,
no, that's
awesome.
no. It's not about that.
Yeah, your first guest, you bring the goat. That's good.
No, I mean this show, Midnight Metal.
The Ernest Borgnine Devil Goat.
That's right. A little Devil's Rain.
Oh my!
Devil's Rain, baby.
Bill Shatner went to space, but was in the Devil's Rain.
He said it.
Oh my God! Oh wait! I did not say the words, Dave. I did not say those two words about a journey in the stars. I didn't say those words. Didn't do it. Didn't say those words.
But Rob, I will say before you let him go, and it's up to you. There are people here who are going, "Hey, Rob, look at the super chats. There are questions for Bryan. If he has time to answer them, just
okay, Bryan. Can we keep you for a couple more minutes?
I got to be the one.
I'll answer questions if I have the answers.
Yeah, we don't want to,
Okay, Lydart says, "Hello, gentlemen. What a great start to my Sunday, Mr. Fuller. I love your work, and Wonderfalls and Pushing Daisies have the perfect sense of humor. Thank you for creating the great entertainment." Very nice. That's very nice. Richard says, "Hey, Rob and gang, great show as always. Wishing Bryan Fuller the best on the new Christine. Named my car after the 1983 film, and am beyond excited for his new interpretation of the classic story."
I named my car Christopher. Like, that's how into...
Dude, you're so transgender.
I know.
Come on. I mean, you naming your car Christopher, I mean, come on. That's the wokest shit I've ever heard. That's fantastic.
Well, I think there's an interpretation of Christine as a trans allegory. It's something that's not a woman that identifies as being a woman. And
wow. That's okay. That's fucking fascinating. I'm in. Let's see. I'm looking. Oh, Davi says, "How was planning for season 3 of Hannibal? It seemed to find a strange equilibrium between Andrei Zulewski's metaphysics and a straight adaptation of Thomas Harris that is very hard to balance." I mean, that's like, I never thought Possession meets Hannibal. I mean, come on.
I see it, though. I see, like, there's...
Dude, I totally... By the way, is David de Oliveira Pinheiro? That's a great question, man.
It was a ball to get into season 3 because we went bonkers, and it was so hallucinogenic and bizarre, and often Giallo-esque. So I'm glad. Thank you for noticing.
Wow, dude, that is. By the way, kudos to you, sir, for asking that question. Midnight's Edge After Dark wants to know. I know. I want to stay away from this because what got between you and Discovery, Mr. Fuller? I would say money. Like, for me, can I answer? I'm just in my own mind because I know you can't say anything.
You can't talk about it.
I would just be like, you know what? I'm thinking like. No one understood that you have to pay a lot of money to make a Star Trek show because you have to build all that shit up front. You amortize the costs. No one knew that. Just saying. I know you can't say anything else, but I can say whatever I want. And
yes, you can.
Kudos to you because Discovery Season 5, everyone. God bless Discovery.
May it keep flying.
But you know what? And on my channel, people are like, Rob, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just saying.
What have you done with Rob?
Yeah. Anyway, God bless Discovery. I'm gonna buy my Michael Burnham action figure from X06. Just saying. Stubble McShave says, I don't want to bring down the mood, but what are your thoughts as an industry professional about the shooting on the Rust set? Ooh. It's a tragedy, and I've said this. I can't believe it happened. Like, this is. What would you say, Brian? You're a producer, a showrunner. What do you think about this? I mean, everyone's talking about it.
It's mortifying and it's so sad. There's really, it's hard to see it as anything but a huge tragedy. And, there were a lot of complaints about how that set was being ran and people were exhausted. So
I know.
Who knows how this happened specifically, but it shouldn't have. And I can't imagine what any of those people are going through. And
me neither.
Poor Alec Baldwin, the way this is being handled in the press is so vile and clickbaity and misleading and hyperbolic and cruel to him particularly, and also insensitive to the people who lost, the woman who lost her life.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fucked up. I think the press is being really gross about it, and it shouldn't have happened.
I agree. Cardinal Sin says, thank you for turning me on to Arrow Films. I disagree with your calling Hannibal woke. Cheers, Bryan Fuller, Dave Parker, and R&B. By the way, Frankenstein is widely regarded to have been written by Shelley. It came out as anonymous originally. Yeah. I agree with that.
I don't know what I think. Like the wasn't in a magazine at one point before it was in a book or it was released in a periodical form.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, but okay. Talking to you, I said Hannibal was woke. I think that human experience, true human experience, isn't woke. It is true. And I think that what Hannibal did was, I thought we were on a great evolutionary path. I thought, things like gay marriage, the fact that it happened, and same-sex partnerships were recognized, pretty amazing. What Hannibal did, I thought, was delving into relationships and things that we didn't want to talk about because they were not part of the norm, but we all thought about them. Or there were people that were. So I don't think Hannibal was so much as woke as being uncovering, like Clive Barker did in the 80s, uncovering the truths of human experience that we just hadn't seen displayed in entertainment before. But they were. I think if there was
any sort of barometer, I would say yes, that we were definitely trying to be more Barker-esque than I think. We probably didn't even have a full understanding of the word woke at that time.
No,
there were queer people in the writers' room who were and also other marginalized people in the writers' room that all can speak to what we now perceive as wokeness from a wide variety of corners.
But and forgive me if I don't know what I'm talking. I'm talking out of my ass. But you guys were doing woke the proper way. I mean, you guys were being transgressive and asking an audience to accept a lot of things unrepentantly, and you didn't go, oh, let's watch this show because it's so woke. You were just doing that shit. I mean, you were doing it and presenting it in the context of great characterization and a terrific story. And what you saw, and at the end of the day, isn't that the most important thing? If you are providing people with great characters and a great story, tell them whatever the fuck you want. Hannibal led you down roads that were goddamn uncomfortable, but we loved it.
That's the Hannibal led us, I think because there was no conscious agenda of this is what we want to do. It's like you get in and then, the current of Hannibal takes you where the story wants.
But but isn't that great? Isn't that what it should be?
Yes, it's glorious. You're surfing. It's a wonderful creative feeling because you're like, oh, this is what the story wants, and it's very much a communication.
And the first season of American Gods, which, by the way, my God, did I love that? I mean, again, you got me into that screening. It was, my God, that was transcendent television. That first season of American Gods is exquisite. It's so good. And yet I didn't feel like you were like slamming an agenda down people's throats. And when I listened to people like Damon Lindelof, when TV writers get together, they just try and out-woke each other over the dinner table. I'm like, you know what? No. The great TV writers are talking about telling great stories with great characters. I've never heard you go, well, I'm Bryan Fuller, and let me talk about how woke I am. You've never... All you've done is... And you've been the most transgressive motherfucker on television. I mean, come on now. Aren't you?
We've done some weird shit. We did some weird shit.
Yeah, no, but hang on. You say it now, but was it weird? Or weren't you exploring human nature?
Absolutely, we were exploring, but we were also going, "Wow, this is fun," because we either hadn't seen it done. I remember watching Home, the X-Files episode.
The second episode, yeah.
And with the
season 5,
was it season 5?
I think it was the Cannibal Family.
Yeah, and that's what I was like. Okay, it was so delightfully transgressive and openly about. I mean, didn't it just air once and they wouldn't air it again? Because
they were not happy.
It made me happy enough for the whole world, that episode, because it was so wonderfully transgressive. So I think there's certainly things. There was a guy on the writing staff named Scott Nimmerfro, and
who worked at Full Moon, didn't he, Dave?
Yeah.
No. Scott Nimmerfro worked with the Donners.
Oh, right. Silver Pictures.
He worked on Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
And their other films.
And he, a lot of our best crazy ideas were him, in some way, where it's like coffin birth. And then we were like, what's that?
Wow.
And, it's like, well, they might have done a coffin birth on somebody else's show. So maybe we'll do a coffin birth of a person that's sewn into a dead horse's uterus. So it was these kind of problem-solving conversations that being in a room with somebody as deviously brilliant as Scott Nimmerfro, who would put out some of the best kills on Hannibal were his ideas, whether it was the cooking in the barometer or the barometric chamber. Were all these weird news articles that he would pull out from some Czechoslovakian Tribune, and so it's fun to be able to just have those conversations with weirdos. It's like find your tribe of weirdos, seek out the freaks, and you're gonna come up with some crazy stuff.
Well, Cardinal Sin says, thank you for being here, Bryan Fuller. Love your work, sir.
Thank
200
you.
200 Watt Studio says he met you at the Academy at the premiere of American Gods. Thank you. And then Cardinal goes on to say, Mr. Fuller, I'm sorry I'm late to the party on this, but do you still plan on another season of Hannibal? Okay. We haven't. Bryan, when is season 4 of Hannibal coming? We all want to know. I will ask you. I wasn't planning to do this, but God damn it, son. Everyone.
As soon as we can get somebody to order it, we're ready. The story. I have the story. I've talked it over with many of the cast members. We're all really keen just to play with each other again. So it's. We kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. It's hard to get somebody interested in an old project that belongs to somebody else's kind of.
Dude, Designated Survivor got another season on Netflix. For fuck's sake, bruh.
Manifest.
Manifest?
Designated Survivor.
I mean, my God, I have been a proponent of Manifest, and everyone thinks it's because I love the show. I'm like, no, it's fucking ridiculously insane and dumb and stupid. I love it, though. And I'm like, La Brea? Have you, what? I mean, Hannibal season, I mean, you ended Hannibal season 3. It's a fucking Arthur Conan Doyle-esque, bruh, come on. Give me, and can I just, I know, you're going to be here, you're live, I'll say it.
Here we go.
No, let's talk about Dave. Okay, you know what? I won't even say it. I'll be like, here's the thing. It's a sin of omission. If somebody was going to take the one property that perhaps people that made Hannibal couldn't get a hold of, and they went, somebody that shares a co-creator credit with some show, and they went and made a show about it and didn't involve somebody that has made one of the most transcendent shows of all time and made something that people follow me here. It's fucking terrible. Why'd you do that? Why did you do this? Why did you not somebody you share a co-creator credit with on a some whatever show? Why would you do this? Like you want to talk about being nice to people or doing something good? I don't know what I'm even talking about. Who knows what I'm talking about? No one knows. Because I'm not going to say it. All right? Although, wait. I look up on my bookshelf. I have first edition hardcovers.
He's dropping the hammer. The first editions are coming out.
I've got first editions back there.
Look, here's what I would say. What is best for human civilization? Let me ask you. Are you making something that's better for us or that will get canceled? That's all I'm going to say.
Me personally right now?
I'm just saying, by the way, Hannibal season 4 should get made. Shouldn't it?
I would love Hannibal season 4. I would love Pushing Daisy season 3. I'm ready to do either or both. We just need somebody to want to do them.
Well, now let me pin you down. So, if you could do anything you want, completely something you might have never told anyone, a book. Look, I ask you this because if you say it, someone's gonna be like, "Oh, I'm gonna look that up." Let's not make it something specific. If you could work in a genre or do something, what would be the thing you would most like to do right now? Create it from scratch, total control.
You mean like an IP, an existing?
No. Just because I don't want you to say it, because then someone will fucking go get it and do some stupid shit with it. So I don't want you to say what it is. But in terms of, let's talk about, say, genre. Where are you leaning? If you could do anything you wanted, what would it be?
Honestly, I feel so fortunate to be working on Christine as one of my favorite King books, and also one that was at my sweet spot of my King fandom. So
Right.
When means so much to me, and there's so many of the thematics that I find really rich and interesting to explore, and I love the book, and I want to deliver the book, in a reasonably timed movie. So that's something that honestly I'm really excited about, and I hope comes to fruition, because it's absolutely a dream come true.
I love that. Dave, Bryan, before we let you go, Dave, do you have any questions?
No, I think. Oh well, the only thing I will say, Bryan, if we ever get invited to one of your epic themed horror parties, I promise
We
to
get
keep
invited.
Rob away, so you don't get inundated for an hour of questions.
I don't do that.
A delight, because I wish that the Toys R Us was still open so we could stand in line and
Oh
chat
my God.
together.
Okay. So
here
Bryan
we go.
Fuller and I in 2015 were standing in front of the Los Feliz Toys R Us to buy Force Awakens toys. Just saying. Thank you for bringing that up. You've given me more credibility. Dave's like shaking his head. But look,
Yeah, I've been with you at Toys R Us after midnight before.
I know, but I look. Here's the thing, Bryan. First of all, thank you for this 5 minutes of
You're
your time
welcome.
that I badgered you into getting me. And hang on, it's been 90 minutes.
Oh dear.
I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for taking your time away from writing. It's amazing to have you on Midnight Metal. And for our pre-Halloween episode, thank you so much. And thank you for the
It's
work
good to
you've
see
done.
you both.
Well, I can only say that you are one of my favorite creators
Thank you.
of all time. And thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, because you didn't know. You're like, what show? What? Like, I've interviewed you before, but like, no, we've got the show called Midnight Metal. Just come on, dude. Come on. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, but thank you for coming.
You're
on.
very welcome,
Yes.
and thank you for the chat.
Thank you
and
very
I hope
much.
our paths cross in the physical realm soon.
Well, I hope so too. And I think all of us can't wait to see Christine. And by the way, come on, dude. Hannibal season 4 must.
I would love it.
happen.
I would love it.
Yeah. And by the way, for anyone who wants to know about how TV shows are made, the making of Hannibal book, it's very rare. They didn't print many of them. It is one of the great making of books of all of a television series ever done. It's really great. So, anyway.
Awesome.
So, Dave, how about that?
That was amazing. That was a lot. That was amazing. Covered a lot of stuff. My camera's been freaking out the entire time. I don't know what's going on with this.
No,
thing tonight.
but you know, Oh wait, hang on, wait, Bryan's come back.
He's back.
I thought you bailed. I'm like,
No, I like, you know how your mouse rests over a button and then you forget that it's resting over a button, and if you touch it, it clicks it and it closes.
oh yeah.
Wait, there's
Well,
more.
by the way, Cardinal Sin says Hannibal didn't lecture to viewers, and it had a story. There you go. I mean, I agree. And 200 Watt Studio says Home was a crazy episode. Texas Chainsaw, Hills Have Eyes, and Psycho. It was banned in syndication. Yeah, I mean, amazing.
I love that episode so much.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing. I mean, I'm looking back through all the super chats. Ron C. Oh my God, Ron C. sends in a huge super chat and says, "I disagree. Science takes over religion." What do you think about that? Since you're here, does science take
Science
over
does
religion?
take over religion. Oh, in Frankenstein, I think he's
Yeah, probably.
referring
Yeah,
to
he doesn't
Back
say, it,
then,
but yeah.
That's what I meant to say. If I didn't say it, was that it's about science replacing religion, and sort of what once only God could do, mankind is now learning the secrets of. So I must have misspoke.
No, but I think, by the way, Ronzi, thank you for supporting the channel in this way. That's very nice of you.
Thank you very much.
The Great Muda says, woke demands you think a certain way. Horror has always been enlightened and inspired viewers to think for themselves, whether they wanted to or not. Do you think that's true?
That's a good distinction.
Yeah.
I think it's true, too. I mean, you know, I think Clive Barker was somebody that, I mean, we think 35 years ago, but I have to say the reason I bought those, I have the first 6 British editions of the Books of Blood. I bought them because Stephen King was like espousing the virtues of them in the pages of Fangoria. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
I gotta get this. And getting that stuff and reading things like The Forbidden or reading In the Hills, the Cities. I'm like, and what's really interesting about In the Hills, the Cities, like I was I was probably in college, but it's a story that begins with 2 men making love in the woods or making love in the hills of the field. And I was like, I mean, I'm a straight dude, but it was kind of hot. Like I'm like, sex is good. If dicks are hard, I'm in. I'm good. But what he did was, what he took that, I mean, if you haven't read In the Hills, the Cities, it begins with a gay sex scene, which is great because dicks are hard. But what goes on in that is so weird and bizarre and yet poetic and beautiful and at the same time insane.
Yeah.
And
visually just spectacular.
Bruh.
It's such a vivid.
I mean, the idea that, so in the story, for those of you who don't know, an entire village comes together to create a giant made up by other hundreds of human beings create a singular giant. So all of the muscles and the sinew and all that are created by individual people, and it's so. I remember reading it, going, "My God, who thought up this shit?" And that, yes, and that's why Stephen King's like, Clive Barker is the future of horror. I mean, that was some crazy shit.
Yeah, and there's such an interesting compare and contrast because you then compare, King to Barker to Anne Rice and what she was doing. There was
talk about transgender.
Yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sake, Interview with the Vampire was published in 1976.
Yeah.
Vampire Lestat was what, 82? I mean, come on now. Horror has been at the forefront of culture decades before culture caught up with horror.
Agreed.
Yeah. So where are we at, man? Do we have a future? Can we all of this? I feel like we've gone back to kindergarten, where horror as a literature was dealing with all of this cultural stuff 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And I feel like we've regressed. I'm like, did you not read Anne Rice? Did you not read Clive Barker? Were you not following genre literature?
Well, I think it's always been in there. It's just different waves of perception, and we're thinking about it more and talking about it more. So it's like when you're buying a car, you all of a sudden see a lot more of them on the road,
right?
Because it's in your mind. But horror has never not been commenting on where people are in society, because it usually deals with people who are on the margins or monstrosized in some way.
Yeah,
and it's in the DNA, and
I agree.
That's kind of fantastic.
So, do you think that horror films and TV shows are more vibrant than ever?
I think there's certainly a big appetite for them, and there's always going to be different expressions and different levels of philosophy, really, with any of the stories. Squid Game is a fantastic horror story.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
Yeah, and it does, like, I would qualify it as a horror or thriller narrative, because horrifying and thrilling things happen. So I think that's.
But it's
one of
also
the
a great
things.
character story. It's emotional, it's passionate, and it does a great job of telling a story about characters, people you like. You have to be invested in those people, otherwise it wouldn't work. And people around the world are, and that it's in Korean. You know, it shatters all of the preconceptions of Hollywood.
Yeah, it's bravo to them. It's pretty amazing. And I think, going back to your question about like just horror and its impact, I think one of the reasons that we love horror is closely related to why we also love porn, which is our body is telling us how to feel. Like, there is a certain element of our psyches and our bodies taking over and having a visceral physical reaction to what we're seeing, whether that's sexual arousal in the case of porn, or just feeling more adrenalized in relationship to a good horror story. So there's something about horror is always going to be a long-lasting genre, because our response to it is, at its very basic form, uniquely human.
It's the oldest genre.
Yeah.
Well,
You know, one of the first things that was ever shown was a train coming at people at tracks, and they ran out of the theater.
Yep.
Or is probably the oldest.
well, I
you
mean,
know.
Brian, since you're still with us, no.
Rob, read the room. The man needs his sleep.
I am reading it, but he did come back. I thought he was gone, and since he's here, I want him to give us a finality, an exit line, and I would ask Brian, what purpose does fictional horror serve in a world where horror is so real all the time, and we see it on social media, we see it in the real world? Is horror still relevant? And can horror be used to define culture?
Yes, I think horror is still relevant because it's medicinal. And
Fuck yes.
I think one of the reasons that we love watching horror stories is that even though we may not be able to survive our own horror real life narrative, that the person in the horror movie most of the time does, and that's inspiring.
Well, sir, we will give you a proper midnight metal send-off. I would say this is one of the most fucking metal interviews we've ever had. Dave, would you agree?
Yes, of course.
My God. Bryan Fuller, I bullied
Absolutely
you
is.
into this, and I want to thank you for stepping up. You have been so gracious with your time. You're an amazing man, an incredible creator. I cannot wait to see what you do with Christine and anything else you do. And I want to thank you for being a part of Midnight Metal before
Thank you
Halloween.
for having me, and you, get some sleep.
Well,
Dude, we're not done.
Thank you very
We're only
much.
2 hours into this show. This is a 5-hour show. Come on now.
No, it's not a 5-hour show.
Come on, it is.
Out of your mind.
Last
Maybe it
night
is for
was.
Rob. Maybe it is for Rob.
Anyway. Brian,
Well,
thank
good night,
you.
gentlemen.
Good
I'll
night.
talk
Thank
to you
you.
soon.
And
Have a
by
great
the way,
Halloween.
don't let the shitters get to you.
I won't let those shitters get me down.
Don't. Have a good night, sir. Dave? Pretty great. I mean, I literally bullied him a
Yes,
couple hours before the show.
and Rob, you know, it's great when you bully people. You know what's even nicer?
Okay, I know.
When
give
they
me a hard
talk
time.
more than you do.
I didn't talk that much.
You, guys in the room,
I asked questions.
who talked more? Your questions were 5 minutes long.
They were not.
Yes, they were.
No.
Guys, as I refill, because God knows I need a drink. That was an amazing interview.
Was it
But It was really cool
Why you got to bust on me on my own show? Come on.
because that's what I do.
It's
You
true.
love it.
It's true.
I keep you
I
honest,
love
man.
it.
I keep
I love it and I hate it.
But they keep you honest.
Yeah, it's true. That was great.
yeah.
I mean,
hey guys, I just want why I go refill, Rob. You look at the chat. Hey guys, who talked more, Bryan or Rob? Darren Scott, I have to say, is listening and watching,
he should come on.
and he just said it's like the interview version of Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, you know what? Fuck off, Darren. I'm gonna send Darren Scott a link. Darren Scott, you should come on. Darren, you should come on the show right now. Darren Scott, the producer of Menace to Society, and with Rusty Cundiff, one of the people.
Rob, you know, Rusty didn't do Menace to Society. He did Tales from the Hood with Rusty.
Oh wait, what? No,
Fear the Black Cat.
I was getting that. I mean.
And he did those things. I'm doing the Cliff Notes version because yours will be 20 minutes long.
Okay, Darren Scott, Darren.
Oh wait, Rob.
Oh wait, hang on. Okay,
there's a question for you too. There was a question that was asked earlier. Have you seen the In Search of Darkness documentary series about horror? There's 1 and 2 right now. They're about 4 hours long. They're on Shudder. Someone wanted to know your thoughts about those. Mine
we have so many. I have so many super chats. I hope I got everything about Bryan Fuller. I tried to. I was looking back at everything. I don't know if I did, but I tried to. So we'll go back and
you did a hero's job.
I thought so. Look, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I did bully Bryan Fuller. I said, "Give me 5 minutes."
Go full screen for a minute.
For you,
as you can do, you go full screen.
Oh no, me. Yeah, I'll go full.
I'm going to refresh.
Okay,
yes.
well, hang on, Dave. Just give me.
I promise, guys. I'll be back, and we will get back to the metal.
Okay, we will get back. I'll go full screen. Okay, Dave, because I too have to. I'm full screen now, Dave. So, okay. Hello. Really? Okay. Well. In a world where one man... So, look, I might have talked a lot. I'm sorry if I did. I asked Bryan Fuller. I bullied him on. I might have been a little... I had a long meeting. I might have been a little tipsy. I contacted Bryan. I said, hey, man, come on the show. Give me 5 minutes. He was on for 90. It was a gift. And this is what Midnight Metal can do for you. And I want to thank Bryan Fuller for his time, his graciousness. He's an amazing man and a fantastic creator. And if you don't know his work, yes, he is the co-creator of Star Trek Discovery. We'll not talk about that. That's a whole story unto itself. But he did create Hannibal, which I do believe is one of the great TV shows of all time. I dare say, as far as horror goes, if you're a horror fan, you like horror movies, horror genre, whatever, I think Hannibal is probably the finest horror show, horror program of all time. I really believe that. So, yeah. So, there you go. I know you're looking, I'm looking at this going, oh my God, how many I'm not drinking as much. So Zevia, and I just discovered they have a Dr. Pepper edition, which is so good. I love it so much. So anyway, let me go back. Richard says, I think I already read that, but I'm looking at all this stuff. I looked. Michael Strelitz says, I asked him that question. Cardinal Sin. Cardinal Sin says, I pre-ordered the 4K UHD. Dave, let me bring you. Are you good now? Are we good? Okay.
I mean, we'll see what my camera does, but I'm good.
Yeah, look good. You're not. Oh, there, you just went into focus. Cardinal Sin says, I pre-ordered the 4K UHD of Halloween Kills before seeing the movie. I saw the movie yesterday, and I loved it. The music was great. The cinematography was great. Everything was perfect.
The fucking music is great. It's a
It is great.
score.
Yes.
It's much better than the last score. Much better. Much better.
The Great Muda says, woke demands you think a certain way. Horror has always been enlightened and inspired. The viewing.
I don't know if it's always been enlightened.
To think for themselves whether they wanted to or not.
I don't think it's always been enlightened. Some of it's just, potato chips and, and pulp. And that's not a bad thing at all, of course. But
no,
but definitely horror has definitely, in the written word and everything, challenged concepts and things much more.
I want to revisit Ron C. sent in a very generous super chat. And he says, I disagree. Science takes over religion. Now, I would like to, my retort to that, or my answer to that is, so much of horror is, in fact, based on religion. Vampirism, the whole vampire mythology is based on the Catholic Church. And I think that what horror needs to always do is to push back against religion. And I think that, look, we're never going to know, when you think about the cosmos, the infinitude of creation is vast. We'll never know. But our idea of religion is very humanocentric and very earth-centric. I mean, our religions talk about the heavens as the heavens as a thing that's and then when you finally realize that we're in the western spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, we're not even at the center of our own galaxy, and there are billions of other galaxies. So when you talk about creation,
that's all we have to work with.
Well, yeah, because we didn't know. And so the problem is, our religions are based on something from 2,000 years ago. And all of the new knowledge that there isn't a second, like, there is no religious book that has been written in the last, 2,000 years about what we know now.
Yeah, but someone just pointed out the first horror book was the Bible.
Oh, I agree. I mean, no one does horror better than God.
The greatest torture porn movie is The Passion of the Christ.
Yeah.
So, it's amazing. Again, like I said before, actually, who put it the best? Joe Dante in his movie Matinee put it the best. When John Goodman's character is giving a tour to the young boy of the theater, and he talks about cave drawings, the first horror movie. It's always been with us. The fear of the dark, all these things. And the thing is, these are all primal. It's all primal shit, man. And I think that's the thing. I think that's why I think that's why so many people are into certain types of metal music as well, because it taps onto a primal aspect, this primordial part of your brain that just sort of hits. And you have to, and the thing is, what horror movies, what horror fiction, what all these, what music, what all these things do beautifully is allow you to express and release that fear in a safe way, not in a dangerous way, not in the it was like, not in the gladiatorial way of like, oh, let's all go to this Coliseum and watch people get killed and murdered and bloodlust and all this other stuff. This stuff allows us to release this stuff in a healthy way, express it in an entertaining way. And that's the other thing. Like, a lot of the stuff doesn't have to be, so much of what horror has become lately is trauma horror is like sort of the new kind of thing.
I totally agree. Now, Dave, let me go. Can I?
Yeah.
Because I too have to drain the main vein. So I'm going to go full frame on you, and I want you to continue to opine on this because I think it's great. So I am going full frame. I will be back.
Hi, everyone. It's just you and me now. It's all good. We're all safe now. Rob is quiet for a moment. It's awesome. No. But I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that's, the attraction to horror for me, besides seeing these things that were sort of forbidden and it was sort of a rebellious thing, but early on, they fascinated me, but they also terrified me. And I think that was a way of facing a lot of fears that I had when I was a young kid. So I don't know. That was always sort of the appeal to me. I don't think I was ever going to be put in a situation where I was going to a camp and, some, guy in a hockey mask was going to come kill me. Now, I would probably pay money now to like go have that experience, not to get really killed. But, if they did like an interactive, like Friday the 13th camp experience, I'd probably do that. But I mean, is that like, and I was raised Catholic, so I think I was instilled a lot of fear, in the beginning. So, just by growing up and having that sort of kind of very rigid sort of thing. And I think the appeal to metal music and horror and everything else was the fact that it was frowned upon and looked down upon, not just by my parents, but by any sort of adult figure who just didn't get it. So I don't know. Is that kind of the thing? Does that translate to you guys? Does that make sense? Does that resonate? I mean, even with the movies that I try to do, and most of the time I'm trying, look, the stuff that I've directed for the most part isn't very good. I would say that the best thing that I've done is probably the opening to Tales of Halloween, which is just a anthology segment.
You know what? I would say The Hills Run. It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, but you're saying that because you're on hubris.
Yeah, because you know what?
That's fine. I'm just saying. Look, I'm talking about me personally, and what I was talking about is like, I've always approached horror more as a fun way, because everyone has been trying. One, I haven't had the material that is so super serious, and that's not to
right.
That's not to denigrate.
But that's not you, dude. You're not going to make The Exorcist.
No, but I would like to. I would love that if I had that kind of material. But the other thing is, it's not just
But that's not you.
No,
I have to say, you sent me something that I think is fucking awesome.
Well, it's fun.
Like, it's called Rotten Apples. I think it would be a perennial favorite. I think you would knock it out of the park. And just so you know, there's stuff that I've been dealing with, and things I think we're going to make that movie.
Well, I mean, that would be great. That would be awesome.
And
but the thing is, but what I'm writing right now is not fun in that sense. It's dealing with much more personal things.
Sure.
And a much more serious aspect.
By the way, I'm just jumping in. I don't know what you said when I went away. You could have been talking shit about me. I had no idea. But
no, I only a little bit.
Always. It's fine. I get it.
But my thing is, and someone else is bringing up, there's different stages of like when you get into horror. And obviously the first introduction I had was the Universal monsters and Godzilla and King Kong. But those were kind of fun because they were so otherworldly. I wasn't really scared of those movies at the time.
No.
And probably because my first Universal monster movie was Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, which I still is a perennial to watch on Halloween. But then it becomes more of for a while, then it becomes a gauntlet, a challenge, and like how much can you take? How far is too far? What is too much? And on the gore level, on the terror level, and everything else. You move up through the slashers, and then you graduate to the Italian movies and Lucio Fulci and Argento, and you keep pushing it until finally you start developing your palette of like, okay, this is what I like and what I don't like. And a lot of people like the really grim fucking stuff. And there are people who are making these underground movies that are super intense.
Of course.
That I just have no desire to watch.
Well, okay, but why not?
because they're gritty realism, and to me that's kind of I don't need to see. I like the more fantastical elements, and that's why I like Halloween, because I still think, we haven't had like a guy wearing a Halloween mask in real life run around and kill a bunch of people that I know of.
By the way, I have to say that our favorite Connie sang, and like you pointed out, if you meet Connie, you can't not have a crush on her. I'll flat out say it. Yeah. So Connie has something very interesting to say. We were with her the other night having dinner. Connie says Bryan Fuller is definitely a better person to ask about horror and evil than me. And I would say that that's not necessarily true. I mean, Bryan Fuller is a creator, but I'm more interested in the audience. Yeah, I mean, Connie is a very, for those of you who don't know, Connie Sang has been a friend of this channel for a long time. She is an incredibly vivacious, very intelligent, very accomplished woman who is from multiple cultures. She's an extraordinary person.
Yep.
So what she isn't is someone who's a genre fan. She is not well versed in horror or sci-fi or whatever, but she's willing to learn. And to me, to have fertile ground where you can meet someone who's smart and effervescent and is open to learning, when someone like that will watch horror movies and opine on them, that to me is a resource that is incalculably valuable. Because if
I also find it fascinating because, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, please. I
was done. I mean, I'm like, to have somebody who hasn't seen all these horror films, to have somebody as a litmus test to watch these things and to offer their opinion, you can't, it's invaluable to have that, because in this day and age, everyone's like, I am on the internet and I'm looking up the trailers for this. If you have somebody that doesn't actually know, who's also really smart and accomplished, and have them watch, say, The Exorcist for the first time, or watch Dawn of the Dead, or Nightmare on Elm Street, or Halloween. I mean, to have that kind of uncut, unfiltered opinion, it's valuable.
Sure, but but it's always fascinating to see the reaction. And I was actually at dinner with you and Connie and Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And I was telling you that I watched this young guy who is in Dubai, and he is reacting to horror movies that he's never seen before.
Right.
And he did a reaction this week of the original Friday the 13th. And it was so entertaining to watch him freak out as he was watching it, that it was really fun. But again, you also face the possibility that, what if Connie said, I thought The Exorcist was garbage. It's not scary. It's stupid.
Well, but here's the thing.
You would be like,
no. Here's what Dave, but here's what I love about the modern age. Connie is a very smart human being, a beautiful woman. She's worked in the music industry. She's done all kinds of amazing things. So yeah. I appreciate her opinion. Now, as someone who didn't grow up as a horror fan or whatever, to me, I look at her opinion as something that's valuable because it's uncut, it's untethered, unfettered. Pure. I mean, there are very few people that are that smart and also can offer an opinion. And the thing is, if you show Connie a movie that was made in 1970, that came out in 73, like The Exorcist, if you show her that film, and if it works for her, and I would say it would work for her, she would come back and be like, fuck you for making me watch that shit. That would be great. And what I am looking for, my whole vibe, is to find films, entertainment that is timeless. I love the Twilight Zone, and what's interesting is there's lots of young people that say, well, I just won't watch a black and white a movie.
Well,
or whatever.
you're missing out. You're also missing out on some of the best storytelling.
Well, yeah, but the great thing about the Twilight Zone is because it's only in black and white, and people are like, well, what about like a Button or the Shadow Man? I'm like, I mean, I love the 1985-86 Twilight Zone, but fine. The original Twilight Zone is 5 years, 1959 to 1964. That is classic Twilight Zone. Yes.
Rob is the Geek Almanac, if you guys haven't figured this out by now.
Let me just tell you, the 4th season of Twilight Zone was the hour-long season that no one remembers. There's a reason for that. But the Twilight Zone is fantastic. And so someone like Connie, who I admire and like, and she's watching these things, I would say she, to me, is a great audience, because if you give her something now to watch that's 40 years old, if it works for her, and by the way, I don't think most of the things I'd want someone to watch, I already know they work. If The Exorcist doesn't work for you, that's your problem. I already know it works. The world knows, history knows it works. Although I would say this, Nightmare on Elm Street, the first Nightmare on Elm Street film, that's very, I mean, are you a kid that, can you buy into the fantasy?
Well, of course. You know why? Because here's the thing that Nightmare on Elm Street does brilliantly. It taps into something that is relatable to everyone. Everyone has had a nightmare.
Yeah, of course.
So it's undeniable. Everyone can put themselves in that position. Now, they cannot put themselves into here's a subgenre that I don't really like. Cannibal movies. I'm not into Cannibal Holocaust, guys. And to me, it's like, Jin, one of our watchers right now, said it's time to go to the next level. What is the next level? We have seen everything done as far as what you can do to a human body.
Well,
destroyed and otherwise in that level, if that's what you mean as far as being so intense in that way. What I'm always chasing the dragon of is fun. That feeling of American Werewolf in London, of Fright Night, of Return of the Living Dead. Now, again, these are fun movies, but again, they are beloved classics. The Lost Boys. They are they the most intense things? Now, but the thing is, I want to try all different types of things. My God, how awesome would it be to be able to try to tackle something like the original Suspiria and just do something that's art without, or what Fulci did, where it's like the story, you are in a nightmare.
Well,
you are just in a nightmare setting. Reality does not compute. It doesn't matter.
By the way, this Dragon's Milk beer is just, it's the best. But I would say you're absolutely right. I mean, here's what I find interesting about horror. Horror as a genre is defined by the fact that we're all going to die. We're all going to die. And we hope we don't die too soon. So to me, horror is about it's all about the fear of death. The psycho killer genre, whether it's Psycho, whether it's Friday the 13th, whether it's Halloween.
Sometimes it's not just it's not just the fear.
No, dude, this is my overarching idea.
Sure. Okay.
And look, also part of horror is the fact that we, as intellectual, spiritual beings, call it what you want, like we're all in a prison of our physical selves that age. And what I find interesting is, like, you and I, we're geeks. We're as energized by the shit we love at 12 as we are now.
Dare you?
look. The fact is, Dave, we're talking about horror films you loved 40 fucking years ago. Like I saw Alien in 1979. That was what 42 years ago, and I still think about it like as a perfect film because it is a perfect.
What was the
movie.
last horror film that you loved?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Horror film.
Yeah.
Wow.
Horror film.
Wow, dude.
That you loved. You're like, oh,
you know what? The Invitation. Karen Kusama's The Invitation.
Okay.
I loved it. I loved it. I loved the ramifications of it. I loved it. Okay. And I'll give you another one. The Witch. I love The Witch. I love The Witch and I love The Invitation. Those are two,
and those are the one. They're intelligent and fascinating movies, completely different from each other, and
totally.
But it's the aesthetics of them.
Well, no. Here's the thing. For me, and dude, you used to tell me. You even said to me on the set of The Hills Run Red, like, fuck the philosophy. You said that to me. I'm like, no, Dave. We have to talk about the philosophy. And you're like, I want fucking Babyface. And you were not wrong. You're not wrong.
If they had listened to me, we would have been more right, I think. In that sense. Because, you know why? And just to clear it up, you know why I said because the philosophy, as much as it was already there in the script.
Yeah,
it was there.
It was. And
whether it got translated through the actors, through my directing, and everything
dude,
else,
it's funny.
You have to judge that.
Okay, I have to say, like, I'm involved in raising money. There's a big project I'm involved in multiple horror films. One of the forefront of this project is I've been touting you and your project, right. Rotten Apples, and it's fantastic, and it's beautifully realized, and the vision you have for it is you were born to make this movie, and I was born to produce cheap. This film, and
it's not cheap.
Oh, I know, but what I mean, like, look, don't worry, we'll get there. But
hey, by the way, buddy, I got a take on Frankenstein for you that no one has done.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Dave. I'm just trying to get Rotten Apples paid.
I believe, I'm just letting you guys know that I also think of the classics too. And what I liked about Bryan Fuller, what he said was, taking things and redoing them if you can find a different avenue into them and everything. Which is funny because I was thinking about Frankenstein. And something hit on me that no one's ever done, and that to me was like, "Oh, this is kind of cool. This is interesting."
By the way, should we bring on
thinking that way as well?
Well, I mean, by the way, and not to toot my own horn because it wasn't my own. I bullied him in. I'm like 5 minutes. He gave us 90. It was amazing. But how would you feel about bringing viewers on the show? Okay, is that a no?
That's not a no. I just know that our time is limited because at least my time is limited. I'm keeping myself on a regiment.
Okay, it's only 2:40. We're not even 3 hours in yet, Dave.
Yeah, but we hit 3 a.m. and I'm like, Then I become Murtaugh to your rigs.
Okay, well.
I'm too
well done. Well, I'm just saying. I mean, it could be fun if you don't want to bring anyone on to midnight metal.
Yeah, no. But that's the thing. Like, Gin Robin Tonic wants to come on. He wants to talk about dealing with arms on sets and stuff like that. And I don't know if I want to get into this heavy.
I don't want to talk about
that.
I look no.
So to me, it's like, bring me some metal. Bring me something. Yes.
Okay. Look, and by the way, I don't mean to denigrate.
Wait. So, okay. I didn't answer you. Like one of the last horror movies that I absolutely loved. And someone just brought it up.
Okay. What
The
was
Evil
it?
the Evil Dead remake.
Oh, okay. You loved it.
I love that movie. That was so we saw it on my birthday. You were there.
I was there. I was there. By the way, that was a great night. It was so much fun.
But that movie just nailed it. It was that opening 5 minutes is killer. That thing, it gave me the gore. It gave me the scares. It gave me the brutality. It's like, whoo. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I that's my jam.
Well, I'll tell you, Dave. I mean, I think since you're not leaving yet, right?
No. Louis Terraza says, read my super chat, and he was shouting it at you.
Okay, I'm seeing that. I'm looking at.
I'm trying to take care of you guys.
He says, Big Rob, Dune was a fucking masterpiece. IATSE should have striked Rob. What the hell? Please bring these points up on your shows. Deserves more attention. Louis, look, I am all about IATSE. You know, and even though I am not a member, I would love to be a member of the Editors Union or the Producers Guild or any of those things. I'm actually filling out paperwork. I am not part of them. I completely am with IATSE and everything they want. I'm with them. I really am. And what happened on the set of Rust is a perfect example. That would never have happened on a union show. It's horrifying. I mean, I can't tell you as a producer myself. I mean, Dave, we had an active firearm on set of Hills on Red.
And we were very, 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 very careful.
Yeah, of course, because you have people that, like, when you're on set on a movie, I mean, the actors, the armor, whoever has a prop person opens the gun. I mean, you're looking. The idea, what happened?
The fault lies in with the armorer. One. If there was, and again, if there was but I don't want to get into this.
No, I don't. But I don't know all the.
If there was a live round on that set, on a movie set, there should never be a live round.
Dude, I don't even.
Absolutely insane.
Darren Scott and I directed, between the two of us, a whole season of Femme Fatales, 13 episodes. I mean. Our guns, there wasn't anything in them. It's all like.
Well, I think the male actors had the guns in that show.
Dave, don't get me started. I mean,
Jin, we're not gonna go this gun route this time. We're not doing this.
Oh my God. So anyway,
Michael Storelid says Dave sent 3 super chats.
Michael Strauss is like, here's one. Holy Woke is done. No ideas. Just revamp and destroy. Look elsewhere for stories. Michael, look. Here's the thing.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Still here.
Holly Woke is not Holly Woke. Holly Woke. Hollywood is they want to make stories that everybody wants to watch. So they're responding to culture. Everyone's responding. What's going on? Like, what can we do? Like, what can we do to make stories? And by the way, we're getting some great shit. I mean, if you look at Netflix, not Squid Game's Korean, but if you look at things like The Queen's Gambit, fucking great.
Oh,
it was a literary adaptation. It's great. Midnight Mass. You might not love it, but it's beautifully done.
Yeah, I don't want to say what Midnight Mass is because for the people who haven't seen it,
Yeah,
if I just
no.
say, "Oh, it's Mike,"
No, but I
Flanagan's
would
this, then it
say
spoils it.
there's incredible entertainment being made.
Yes, there's great stuff.
Incredible.
And the thing is, and that's the thing too. It's like, remember, guys, they also bring in a lot of Bollywood stuff that is really cool.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's a lot of really interesting stuff that I can't even keep up with. But
No. I would say that.
But does everything does all entertainment now have to be woke? I don't think so. I mean,
No, it doesn't. And by the way, not like what is woke? By the way, you know what? I grew up watching fucking Asian movies with Asian people, Hong Kong, science fiction movies, Japanese science fiction films, and when everyone's like, "Well, I don't see people that look like me," fucking watch some movies. You know, the world, Bollywood, India has been making movies for fucking decades. You know what? Watch a goddamn movie from another country that is subtitled. I mean, I when I hear people like, I want to see representation. Representation? You're not even watching movies from your own country? What you want? You want to see the American Asian experience represent? Great. I understand. Terrific. But don't tell me that you're not seeing. I don't see people that I know on screen. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I have an action figure of Chow Yun-Fat with fucking guns.
But Rob, you are the exception to.
No, I am not. I am not. There's a whole.
Look, trust me. Not everyone has watched a Chow Yun-Fat movie.
I understand, but not everyone has watched any movie. I mean, here's the thing. Like, you know what? I don't have yellow fever. You know why I love Asian women? Because they're fucking beautiful and they're hot as fuck. And
you like K-pop.
Well, Blackpink in your area? No, it's not about. It's about the fact that I just love Asian movies. I've watched them, and so when someone says to me, "We don't have Asian representation," I'm like, "What?" I mean, Korea has had one of the most vibrant. I mean, I think about some of my favorite movies of the last 20 years. I Saw the Devil. Memories of Murder, Host.
Oh, amazing.
Train to Busan. I mean, like, and here's the funny thing. I don't even think, I'm like, oh, tonight I'm going to watch a Korean movie. No, I don't think that.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Darren Scott just said, hit Rob with a tranquilizer before he has a woke stroke.
Hey, Darren, why don't you fix your goddamn technology and come on the show?
Because he's having too much fun.
Yeah, say what you want. Come on the show, Darren. Darren Scott, producer of Menace to Society. It's a woke stroke. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you kidding me?
It's so great.
No, it's not great.
I love it because it just gets you so riled up, man. It's awesome.
Look,
it's
it
awesome.
doesn't.
No, he knows how to push your buttons, and he's just pushing.
Darren, Darren Scott is one of all the people I know in my life. He's one of the people I respect the most. He's a very smart, incredibly talented guy, and God damn you for making fun of me. Fuck you, Darren. Fuck you.
Hey, Rob. Mario Lopez. I don't want to say it's not Lopez. It's Mario Lopez.
No, it is Mario Lopez. It's good.
The Mario Lopez.
Look, we got super chats.
Wait, he sent in a tip, and I want to address it because he hit me up, and I'm reading the chats, and so we'll get to your we'll get to things, guys.
Oh my God! Okay.
He goes, I believe the movie Martyrs went too far with the torture, and I'm afraid that some crazy people could emulate that. Now, before you jump on,
good. By the way, a good question.
Before you jump on to Martyrs, yes.
No, good. I'm not going to jump on it. Good question.
So, Mario, when I saw Martyrs the first time, I started watching it, and the beginning really intrigued me, and then it got into the torture bit, and it really turned me off. I was like not into it at all because I don't enjoy watching that either. It's just not my thing until it got to the end. And then there was a reasoning for this torture by the people doing it, or in control of why this was happening, and their reasonings why. And it was like, okay, I get it now, and I respect the movie. It's not something I'm going to watch a lot, but because of the ending, I think it's a very powerful movie. It's not going to be for everyone, but the thing is, I think you can make the same case for many people for The Passion of the Christ, because I think they're very similar in the end result of what people are trying to find out in those movies.
Oh, very well said. I mean, by the way, I just sent Darren Scott a link via Facebook.
He can't make it work.
Yeah, dude. We have every Thursday night. We have a show, and he comes on. He can make it work.
I don't know. Anyway,
I mean,
actually,
he's writing me back. I said, "Come on, motherfucker!" I wrote him back. I'm like,
I know.
Okay, Darren Scott, one of the great. I mean, one of the people I like most. You know what? If aliens invaded Earth, and they were gunning us down, one of the only people I would be like, okay, I would throw my life before someone else. It would be Darren Scott. I'm like, oh, you want to gun me down? Fine. As long as Darren, yes, absolutely.
He wouldn't do that for me, guys. But Darren Scott, he would.
But do you know
He'll
why?
Take a bullet for Darren Scott.
Do you know why I would give my life for Darren Scott? I'll tell you why. Because he loves his wife. And his wife Tony is an amazing woman. Oh, Darren says, I'm going to get my tech figured out so I can come on in the future. Jesus fucking Christ, Darren Scott. Give me a fucking break. You come on our show every weekend. Just click on a Rendezvous.
No, he's hosting. And it's not Rendezvous. He's hosting the Zoom calls. Anyway, you know what? I want to switch this up, Rob.
By the way, you know what? I'm just saying, Darren Scott, the reason I would give my life for him is because he loves his wife, and his wife and him have more to offer to humanity than I do.
You're like the bomb man from The Stand. My life for you.
No, that's the trash can man.
The trash can man.
My life. Fuck
my
that
life
shit.
For you.
No, that's not true. No. Look,
so Darren, he's not giving his life for you. Sorry.
No, I'm trying to get Darren a movie made. I mean, like with you. I mean, my whole thing is 13th Caller and Rotten Apples.
You know, you never mention these things. If you mention them before they happen, they don't happen.
Okay, Dave. You know,
Rob, I want to. But hold on. I want to switch this a little bit here. And I know we got super chats, so we'll try to get to them all. But
wait, D loves all things says, have you guys seen the Korean movie The Wailing? Bruh. I own that Blu-ray. Just so you know.
I actually have not watched that yet.
Dude.
Because it's like 3 and the only reason that's stopping me is because it's like 3 hours long, and I'm sorry.
No, you gotta watch it. It's so good.
But it's like 3 hours long, and that's the thing that has stopped me at this point.
Okay, well, Davi Di Pinheiro sends in a super chat and says, Lucio Fulci, the greatest surrealist this side of Louis Buñuel, and David Lynch, horror both as nightmare and as brutal potency.
When he was on his game, he was on his game.
Look, I mean, I love his movies. I do.
I not all of but I'll tell you. Like,
I mean,
and I'm not talking about the comedies, the spaghetti westerns and stuff. I know he's done so many different genres and everything, but I'm talking about
we're talking horror.
Talking
he's
about
talking horror.
I'm talking about zombie. I'm talking about
the Beyond.
Hell. I'm talking about the Beyond. I'm talking about
New York Ripper.
No, I'm talking about House by the Cemetery. I'm talking about the the three: Gates of Hell, City of the Living Dead, The Beyond, and House by the Cemetery.
Yeah, but he made a lot of other movies.
Yes, I know, but those are my favorites.
Yeah, of course, but I would say this, that we as Americans, we came to Lucio Fulci late. We had to find his movies. They came to us, and at the dawn of the home video era, it was like, oh my God, I have a bootleg of The Beyond, and it was
from
like
the
really,
Japanese Laserdisc.
Oh my God, it was insane. So, which is fine. Which is fine. I mean,
you know, when I saw The Beyond uncut the first time. Let me drop some names for you here.
Wow.
Well, I was invited to Planet Hollywood. That was on Wilshire.
Yeah.
By Bob Murawski, who is the Academy Award-winning editor of
Sam Raimi's movies,
The Hurt Locker, and he has edited Sam Raimi's movies since Army of Darkness. And he and Sage Stallone, Sly's son,
rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Invited a few of us to go to the private screening room at Planet Hollywood, and me and a couple other people, including Quentin Tarantino, watched the final release version of The Beyond. And that was just incredible. And it's my favorite Fulci movie, for sure. Easily.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, Dave, half of this audience doesn't even know what we're talking about.
But you should. And if you have Shudder, look for The Beyond.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, and
that's how what I wanted to bring up to you is this. For Halloween, like a lot of people are going to be watching horror movies and everything else. I am not a union director, unfortunately. I wish I would have gotten residuals from something here or there, maybe.
I wish I was in the Producers Guild. Me too.
But for Halloween, if you were going to suggest a couple things that people that are not like, everyone's got their, it's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown.
Yeah, of course.
And those things, all the perennials. We don't need to bring up Fright Night and the Halloween movies or any.
Well, I mean, maybe we do because people don't know.
But what I'm saying, I think we have a very smart audience who is watching this and who are attuned to a lot of the things. But what would you say? Do you have a couple hidden gems that you could suggest that are great for Halloween, that are not too but really fit that sweet.
No,
Halloween.
I think it's a great idea. The first thing that I was drawn to is 1981's Possession. Andre Zulewski.
No, I'm talking about ones that really capture the Halloween feel. Of the season.
Okay. Okay.
I know that are also that are also easy to find.
Well, you're asking me specifically about movies that are designed to be about Halloween specifically.
Yeah.
For me, I mean, when I think about Halloween theme, I think about things like Creepshow. It's not about Halloween, but I think
it's
a lot
Halloween treat.
But I think that a lot.
And why is it? No, it is a Halloween movie because remember, the very first shot is a house with a jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah, okay. I would say that, to me, George Romero's Halloween is Creepshow is. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. I'm like, my God. And you know what? Now that there's a TV show, I don't think people know there was a movie. And
well, they should.
I love Creepshow. I love the score. I love everything about Creepshow. I love it so much. Was it A2? Is it A2?
Creepshow is my favorite movie. That's the movie, along with Raiders of the Lost Ark, that made me want to. Dude,
I have the UFD one sheet. I know
you have the Jack Kamen one sheet.
Yeah, well, okay, the artist, yes. Yes,
artist Jack Kamen.
yes,
who
I
used to draw for
yes,
Tales
I
from
have
the
that
Crypt.
one sheet, and I should have it mounted on linen and frame it. I love Creepshow. I love it. And to me, you asked me a question. I'm like, and by the way, Creepshow is not. The funny thing is, I love transgressive horror. I mean, I'm like, it's not the thing that I would be like, oh my god, this movie. I think about it, I ponder.
This is the perfect example. If you want to know really what the two of us are about, Rob said Possession, and I would say Creepshow. There's the defining line.
Well, there was a year apart of them.
As far as our sensibilities go.
But no, Dave. No, I think that's I think. Hang on, hold, please. I would say to this, we all here's. I think you and I come at horror from different directions.
Yes,
and it doesn't mean that we're wrong. It just like for me, I am about philosophical horror, and you're about visceral horror, and we both will meet in the middle.
Yes, because I appreciate a lot of that stuff. But
yeah,
I have way more fun with the visceral, of course.
Yeah, and for me, and you even said to me on the set, you're like,
Halloween is all pure. The movies, the series, that's all visceral horror.
Totally visceral, and like when we were in Bulgaria making Hills Run Red, you yelled at me. You're like, enough, fuck the philosophical. Like you were like. And you're not wrong. Like we're making a horror film about
it's called The Hills Run Red.
Yeah, kill. I'm like, Dave, let's talk about the philosophical. And you're like Rob, and you weren't wrong. Like it's a psycho killer killing people. Fuck your philosophy. And I'm like, yeah, you're kind of right. And but for me, I'm like I love The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby. I love the area. I know you do, those movies, but you also you love what I don't love, which is slasher shit and
Rob's not really a big slasher fan, guys.
Look, I love The Burning, and I love the original Friday the 13th, but my God, Terror Train, whatever.
Oh, that's awful. I don't even like Terror Train. Forget it. No.
I just don't care. But I mean, even the original Friday the 13th has philosophy. And it's good. So for me,
so you're saying Creepshow.
Dude, I love Creepshow.
So you're saying that's your pick. I've got a couple.
Wait, what was the pick? Wait.
No.
What was the question?
The question was
about Halloween.
If you were going to recommend some Halloween movies, like good Halloween watching movies for people.
Yeah. Okay. Creepshow would be probably first and foremost.
Okay.
I would also say the original Tales from the Crypt.
Good one.
Right. Mm-hmm. Any Amicus.
The Amicus anthologies.
Love that. I would also say well, the two Kolchak the Night Stalker TV movies.
Oh, and the series, which I just got.
Not the series.
No, I love the series. The series
I love the series too, but
especially the first one. Especially the first one for sure.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Because I'm from Seattle, so actually the second film. Yeah. The first film is Vegas, but the second film is Seattle. Yeah. So I would say that.
Malignant is Seattle.
I know.
I would recommend that one if you haven't seen it, people. Not enough people saw Malignant. Go see Malignant if you want to see some batshit.
But
you want to see some batshit crazy fucking goodness.
Do you know what? So you know what I love about Malignant? You know what? James Wan has always been, every time I've met him at parties or whatever, nicest guy in the world. I love the fact he made a movie that made $1 billion. he could.
He's made 2 movies that have made $1 billion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he could do anything he wants,
and he did.
and he's
Malignant.
like, he made Malignant.
That's
I'm like,
awesome.
God bless you, James Wan.
Well, I would say that if you guys miss *Malignant*, you can get it on VOD now.
Oh man, I just like, please give it up. I mean, James Wan's like, fuck you. I'm gonna make you know what? I went and made Insidious or whatever, a $900,000 movie. Oh, it became a franchise. and thank you, Adam Rotel. And then he's like, fuck it. I made a movie that made $1 billion for Warner. Warner was like, James Wan, what do you want to make? He's like, I'm going to make *Malignant*. God bless you, sir. God bless you. This is what life is all about. If you haven't seen *Malignant*, watch
you're missing out. If you want a fun horror movie,
dude. It's not just a fun horror movie. It's a big fuck you to people that don't understand. Have you watched Tenebrae? It was like, wow, my God.
It's very different from Tenebrae, which is which is a Dario Argento film.
Of course. I mean,
no, don't spoil it either.
No, but I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. That was just the first Giallo movie that came to my mind.
Water Dog Fish. I'm going to correct you there. The Universal monster movies are not public domain.
No, they're not.
But they are great.
Yeah. Hang on, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, you got
this
more.
might be the most lucrative show if we've ever done. I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel the way you have. Thank you so much. Michael Strelitz goes 4th now, 10 pounds. Okay, I don't know. Joseph says, oh, hi, Rob. Can you please explain to me why in the holy hell do they even keep real guns on movie sets anymore? Even as a layman, I know in today's age, it's extremely easy to use toy guns and make CGI shooting effects like you are shooting from a real gun. Well, Joseph, you're not wrong. And I don't get it. I mean, the only reason, because like if you're David Fincher and you want to create reality, you blanks. Because
but you don't even. But here's the thing: we've gotten to the point now where we don't need them. We don't need blanks. We've gotten to the point where we do not need them. They have guns that like will fire.
Oh, dude!
Like will do muzzle flash without any blanks.
I know.
There's no and CG for muzzle flashes and stuff like that are cheap enough. It's just crazy,
dude. It's horrifying. Anyone in the industry is horrified by this.
Yeah, I just don't want to go down this route. It's such a big conversation that I don't think we're gonna have enough time to like really dedicate to. That's why I don't want to get into it.
No,
but I appreciate that. I get it. They paid to have the question asked, and I get it. It's me. You guys can blame me. I don't want to like go down that rabbit hole.
No, but you're not wrong.
It's a very, very, very big topic and conversation, and it's horrifying.
D Loves All Things says, have you guys seen the Korean movie The Wailing?
You asked that one.
Did I?
Yep, we covered that one too.
Hang on, I'm looking. I'm bouncing around. Okay. Okay. I don't think I asked this. Clint Baker says, "What I love about you guys is that you could be snooty, but you are open to people who are just trying to get." What? Come on, Dave.
No, I like the fact that he called us "We Can Be Snooty." I thought that was kind of funny.
He says, Clint says, "What I love about you guys is that you could be snooty, but you are open to people who are just trying to get into the cool entertainment. It's metal." Now, first of all, I would say, Clint, thank you. I mean, to me, that means the world to me because that's this whole channel. My entire raison d'etre of this channel is to invite people to come in. It's if you love the shit we love, which is horror, sci-fi, fantasy, come in here. Come here. Join the crowd.
Please.
Right? I mean, isn't that what we're doing, Dave?
I hope so. I hope we're trying to, I mean, in our own sort of like weird, live, misguided way, we're trying to celebrate all this stuff. And hopefully,
Midnight metal.
Thank you to
Dave
Clint for
Parker.
that. We have 5 thumbs down already, Rob. What the hell? What's up with you haters? Come on.
Dude, I mean, look, people are going to hate me. Look, even I hate myself. I'm like, why? What, you douchebag.
Rob doesn't hate himself.
No. But by the way, I never give myself a thumbs down. But I understand, like, when you go on YouTube and like speak, like what you're saying to people is like, you know more than me, and I don't do that. But by the very virtue of doing this, people are like, fuck you guys, fuck you, Midnight Metal, fuck you, Dave Parker, the Burnett, fuck off.
I know nothing. I'm just saying that right now, and I think that's been pretty clear if anyone's been watching for a while now.
Look, bruh.
But I do know this. I'm bringing it back, Rob. Here's a couple of out-of-the-box Halloween recommendations.
Oh, my God. Okay, Dave.
There's one, and it's actually a documentary. And you can find it on Tubi. And I think you can probably find it on IMDb's movies. They're free. They're free with ads. If you don't want to watch it with ads, you can buy it or rent it. It's a documentary called The American Scream. And it is about home haunters in Fairhaven, Massachusetts. And it was done a couple of years ago by the director who did Best Worst Movie about Troll 2. And it is funny. It is heartwarming, and it's filled with the Halloween spirit. It'll just make you feel good. It's a good primer before the night before. Like,
my God, Dave, I'm gonna go. I'm full frame on you because you're waxing rhapsodic. I'm like getting emotional.
It's about these home hunters who make their yards and everything into haunted mazes and everything, and it's just it's great. What it is, it's a great thing to have on before you go out and take your kids trick-or-treating, or you go out for the night, before you get into the more serious horror type stuff. So I would say definitely that. Another one that I think that is available that you can find, it's not necessarily horror, but it's one that you probably it's horror, but it's not totally Halloween. I would say Dark Night of the Scarecrow. It's a TV movie from the 70s.
Oh my God, dude.
And it's so good. It's so good.
So good. Did Warner Archive release that?
No, it's I don't know the company that it's actually released it. But you can find it. It's on Amazon. They did a new transfer. It's beautiful, but it's such a cool atmospheric little movie.
Dave, I have to ask you. Bill Barkley says in the chat, why doesn't Dave have a YouTube channel? It's been brought up before, but he still hasn't done anything about it, starting one up. Dave Parker.
I have an exclusive contract with the Burnettwork. That's why.
Oh my God, that's the right answer. Yes, there you go. My God. Yes, you do. But you know what? That means we have to start paying you soon.
But yeah, my exclusivity is to the Burnettwork right now, so that's why I don't have my own channel. Don't do this. I do another podcast, which is a bi-weekly podcast called Night Marathon, where I do talk about horror movies with a couple other friends. And you can find that on Apple Podcasts. Oh my God.
Fuck you, you traitor. No, it's fine.
That's not.
Dave, you and I go back a long way. The fact is, it's all good. I mean, I love the fact that you and I do these shows. And you know what? Tonight, I have to say, this entire show you have brought. I never brought a guest to this show until tonight, who I thought would be here for 5 minutes. But I do want to give a shout out to you. You have brought so many great guests to this show. You've done such a great job. I mean,
thank you.
My God, have you not made this show? It's not just me like descending into a drunken blather. No,
why am I still full screen, Rob? What are you doing?
Okay, hang on. Are you? Wait, hang on. Okay,
Rob's taking his pants off.
My hands are here.
His pants are off, though. His pants are off.
No, they're not. Oh, wait. No. Come on, man. Are you accusing what?
I just wondered why I was on full screen for so long and you were still on.
All right then, sir. By the way, you now have the live feed, so you can see what you're getting.
What we've run. Oh, Mondo Bizarro, you brought up the another one that I would bring up, which is on Shudder, is the WNUF Halloween special, which, funny enough, we just talked about on the latest episode of Night Marathon, which you can find on Apple Podcasts. And then next week is the 1986 film Trick or Treat, which really doesn't have much to do with Halloween at all, but it's a very heavy metal fucking horror movie. It's probably the best one. It's probably the best Halloween heavy metal horror movie that there is, because the soundtrack by Fastway is fucking epic. It's so good. It's so fucking good, man. You never were down with the Sammy Kerr, though, were you, Rob?
Okay, look, Dave, you and I, no, I'm not. I mean, when it comes to horror, I think Cropsy has a philosophical lesson to be told. I'm like,
yes, I like Cropsy's.
We talk about the burning. If you want to talk to me about,
he gets burned, goes to a burn ward, and as soon as he gets out, he picks up a hooker and kills her. That's a good philosophy.
Look, man, it's not about that. It's about the existential nature of being burned alive. Cropsy has something to say about the world at large.
You know what I want?
Do you not buy it? Come on.
I wish you could have your own show.
I do have my own show.
But no, where you're
opining about Cropsy or
where you're hosting films like The Burning.
But I would never do that on my own show. I would never host that on my own show.
And you know what? You're right. You can't get more horror than a former Solid Gold dancer. And how about Anthony Choice goes, how about Chillerama? Anthony, I'm in Chillerama. That was made by my friend Adam Green and Joe Lynch, Adam Rifkin, and Tim Sullivan. I am in Chillerama. Madman Mars.
Oh, dude.
Hello,
oh, my
Madman
colon.
Mars.
My God, where's my preparation age? Oh, wait. Dave.
Rob.
Let me just tell you how much I love you, man. I mean, my God, it's 3:20.
Where's my preparation age? Where the hell did that come from?
Because my ass is so clenched, and I'm like, oh, it just feels so good.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's all about the jokes. It's all about the. Here's the thing.
Michael Elliott goes, "Hey Dave, what's that tattoo on your arm? You know what this is? This is the Tor horror logo from the Tor horror book run.
Where Grady Hendrix is making money and you're not. So
hey, but I tattooed that fucking shit on my arm.
By the way, can I just say? Let me just shout out to everyone. I want to say thank you to everyone who's been so generous about. No, Dave, don't laugh.
I'm sorry.
No, supporting the show and sending tips, super chats, all that stuff. And I'm like, I realize that my whatever the super chat thing is not right, but whatever. So it's all good.
Is it ever?
Well, no. I mean, it's a bummer because whatever. But I want to thank everyone for supporting the channel. And
are you wrapping this up?
No.
It's okay. Good.
No,
like
unless you want Dave. Come on. What I want you to tell me is, come on. I told Bryan Fuller I bullied him in my driveway. I'm like, bro, you have to come on the show. And yes. What was funny was I sent him the links and all this. He was like,
oh shit, I better show up.
Yeah, well I was like, give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's
90.
Like the first question.
How cool is that though?
It was great. No, it's amazing. Great.
I mean,
everyone's having a good time right now.
Well, I know. Look, yes, that's what. You know what, Dave? Do you know why people have fun on this channel? Because it's fucking midnight fucking metal, dude. And by the way, how fucking metal are you?
So much that I don't have to speak in a whisper.
God damn it, Dave. Fucking say it, Dave. Say it, you're fucking metal. Fuck yeah. Say it. Say it. Okay, fine. You know what? If you're not gonna, if you know, I'm trying to be showmanship. I'll just
what's metal?
You know what? Dave Parker's gone from this show. It's now all about me. It's all about me because Dave will not just capitulate and be like, "Fuck yeah, Rob, this show's fucking metal." Hang on. No. Let's bring Dave back. Dave. I'm not saying you have to, whatever. It's fine.
What's metal is not having to prove you're metal.
Oh. You know what? I can't argue with that. That's pretty good.
So,
by the way, Michael Strelitz has been sending in super chats.
I know.
And I'm like looking at like fourth now. Michael Strelitz. Can we just talk about Michael Strelitz and just say like, by the way, thank you, Michael Strelitz.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the channel. I'm
very much so. Yeah.
And I want to say, fantastic, Michael Strelitz. You, my friend. By the way, Dave, why don't we have people come on the show right now? Why aren't we doing it?
I'm good for one. Oh wait, but before we do that,
no, we don't have to do it right now. But I would say, why don't we put it out there?
Put the link out. Let's see who we get.
Okay. If you people,
it's like chat roulette.
What do you mean? Or chatterbait?
Let's say,
what do you mean,
it's
you
like
people?
Chat roulette. We look. It's not that we don't want to watch you masturbate, but we probably can't put that on the.
Come on, everybody wants to watch everyone masturbate. By the way, on this channel,
wait,
hang on.
Rob went full screen for a while, so we know his pants are down.
No, I just want to point out, this channel, we don't masturbate here. I mean,
he's full silver sphere right now.
Wow,
at attention.
Oh, don't me? Come on, for real.
Don't hurt your tongue there. You might
Dude,
need
I'm
that
a
later.
Cunning linguist.
Elizabeth.
Oh wait, hang on. Someone's here. Michael Elliott is here. Hopefully.
Dun dun dun.
I know. I hate when people come on and they're like, oh well. Michael.
Nope.
No, you're gone. I'm sorry. I don't see you right away.
I will say we are working on some good guests for November. I don't know what the Halloween show plans are. I know I will be coming in from a Halloween party.
Yeah, well,
I will be decked out like a motherfucker on Halloween.
Yeah,
That's all I can tell you. But it would be fun to really get. Look, Halloween is a very big night for a lot of the people that we know who could be guests.
Yeah.
So it might be difficult to get guests, but promise we will make it memorable. Hopefully as much as this one, if not more. Oh, we have 6 thumbs downs now.
Well,
I keep track of all of them.
That's what happens.
Oh, there we go.
Michael,
will it work?
Where are you? I can't see you. Where's your camera?
It's not connecting. It is not connecting.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we want you to be here. We do.
Oh my god. All right, more Halloween suggestions.
Dave, please continue on.
If you can find
Michael Elliott. There you are.
He's here.
And by the way, I mean, Michael Elliott is one of the coolest people.
And Rob, by the way, so next week, whether you like it or not, you have to be in costume.
Oh no. What do you think? I'm not going to be in costume? I mean, come on.
I don't know. And you know what? Wearing your poofy pirate shirt doesn't count.
Oh my fucking Christ! Really, really? I mean,
no, that doesn't. Poofy pirate shirt, guys. You're all witnesses. Doesn't count. You can't just do the old, fail safe.
Wow. Okay. Dave, hang on. Just okay. Before you diss me,
I shame you.
I mean, we have Michael Elliott. By the way, one of the coolest motherfuckers on this channel who's ever been here. Just saying. Let me just give me a minute as I make sure that
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
Yes. So, hang on now. I'm doing all the things I have to do.
And just remember, everyone, no Rob in a puffy pirate shirt.
Oh my God!
Week.
Come on!
No, he can do
guys,
that another time.
Stop!
I think Rob dressed as Zardoz is a really good idea.
Okay, you know what? God damn it! You know what?
Sean Connery. Yep.
Okay, hang on. Okay, all of you people need to go away and just stop. Stop. Okay, just stop. Hang on and allow me for a minute to just. I'm putting Michael into the show. Okay, and Michael has been here before. He's a very cool guy. As a matter of fact, I've spent an entire night with Michael. I'm just saying.
What?
Not in a bad way. I mean,
no, Rob. You know what you can dress as also?
Michael.
That's all you got,
Michael? God damn it!
Jesus.
Thank God you were not live saying that. But by the way, if you were, I'd smile and be like, "That's what I do, my friends." I mean,
Rob gives good reach around.
I do because I'm all about let's make it good.
But Rob, we have your costume for next week.
Dave, let's bring on Michael Elliott onto the show.
Wow,
cool. Michael, it is good to see you again. You are a longtime member of the Post-Geek Singularity. It is good to see you, sir. How are you right now?
I'm doing great, and I must be dealing with the...
Hang on. Can you turn up the volume?
Sure can. I think I'm dealing with... hold on a second here.
Oh, my God. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. The dulcet tones of your voice. So how are you? What's going on?
Okay, now, wait on. Let me, I was coming in a little hot here.
Even crank it up more.
How is it now?
Oh, dude. Dulcet. Yes.
Okay. Is it
So,
better?
how are you? What's going on? What are things? What's happening?
Hold on, I'm getting a little feedback here. I'm using a mixer, so. Sorry.
He's fancy.
Dude, that's so good right now. Crank it up.
Right? How is that now? No, still too.
Sounds great.
No,
Sounds
no,
great.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there, I can see me now. Yeah. So, hi guys.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Well, I got a good dose of emasculation from Rob last night, Dave.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Did I emasculate you? What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
You went from reach around to emasculating you?
Yeah.
Come on.
It was.
Dude, I don't even just give a reach around. I give a rim job while I reach around. Come on, really?
I know. And it was great. And then he slammed it.
Wow.
Dave, I was in the chat last night, and I said,
Wait,
hey,
crank up the volume even more.
What the heck? How about now?
Oh yeah, just go because look, if you're gonna diss me, and
make sure your
make
ears
it
bleed,
loud.
guess,
I mean,
with the
I am
feedback,
so about that.
That'll be great.
All right, now. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, there
So
you go.
good. And
Oh,
dude, you. By the way, can I just say, Michael, before he destroys me, and people are like, why are you Michael Elliott is somebody. He's a longtime member of the Post-Geek Singularity. He's been on this show many times. He's a terrific dude.
And he's
when
been emasculated by Robert Burnett.
Well,
Rob doesn't remember.
Shocking.
Shall I?
yes,
illuminate.
please, yes.
Right.
It's
So
okay.
I was in the chat, and Rob and and Leo was talking about posing, and so in the chat I go, "Hey, I'm a pretty good poser. I'd like to take on the posing challenge. I've got 6-inch figures." And then Rob goes,
Oh, Michael Elliott, I can't believe you would have posed with the big boys with hot toys, with those little bitty 6-inch figures. Why don't you take your playthings and go home?
and I went away, Dave, and I'm like, he's right. Because I can't run with the big guys,
But,
and
I mean,
Oh my God.
so you're saying that RM
I'm
has
so
a
embarrassed,
12
Michael. Oh, I didn't know it was you.
You're saying RM has 12-inch figures that she
Has many figures. Yes, of course.
you all have 12-inch figures, huh, Rob? Wow.
Okay. You know what? Okay.
Wow.
You know what?
but see,
Lonely is the
when
man
you're-
who has a 12-inch figure.
exactly. And when you're taken out by your mentor, when your mentor hacks off your privates, you go away.
Oh my God, Michael.
When you say mentor, I always think of Amazon Women on the Moon and the mentor condoms section.
You know what, Michael?
Yeah. I still love you.
I feel
It's because you give a good reach around, Rob. That's why.
Oh, come on now.
The reach around is awesome.
And the rim job too. I look.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
the norm.
Wait, hang on. I will not be bullied into be like to 12 scale figure
All right.
posing or
All right,
whatever
let's-
that shit. I will not.
Rob,
I will stand by my 6 scale love.
I couldn't believe it. I went away. I was like, it was like in my head. I felt like the John Walker of Midnight Metal.
Oh
So
my God.
So I go
No,
back.
more like bitch tits from Fight Club.
Yeah. So Dave, I go.
His
go
name
back
was
to-
Robert Paulson.
Or Robert Burnett. Oh, by the way, this might be the greatest Midnight Metal show ever. Brian Fuller is still watching going,
Oh, we got
"What
another
the
thumbs down. Come on, baby, bring it.
So I grab my hammer and I get a piece of metal and I'm banging on it. Bang! I'll get you, Robert Meyer Burnett. Dang! I'm forging a shield and everything.
It's funny,
damn it.
when you said you grabbed your hammer, Rob and I both thought something different.
I know. I'm like, I want to see that shit. Come on.
Yeah, well, you've already grabbed my hammer. So, yeah.
By Graftar's
what's the
hammer,
night
I
that you
spit
guys
my
spent
last
together?
breath at thee.
Hey, Dave, can't touch this.
Okay, Michael.
After Rob's had it, I don't want to.
But
Okay.
what I want to, but Rob, I want my teacher to be, proud of me.
Okay.
This is getting so weird.
No, Dave. You have to understand. Michael is a longtime member. Michael, Dave, stop. Just stop.
You wouldn't have known it. You
Stop.
wouldn't have known it last night.
Okay, dude, I can't. I can't. I don't know. It's like I can't stand him. It's like Michael. You're
Rob,
right.
Did you grab the head or did you grab the handle?
It was like I felt like the scene in Silence of the Lambs when after Hannibal Lecter has strung up the cop and cut his guts out. When he's hanging up. Yeah, that was me last night.
I apologize, sir. But by the way, to have you now, I mean, look,
What? Go ahead.
I have no excuse.
You don't.
The fact is, I mean, you're here now, and it's great to have you.
And you'll always be someone I look up to. I don't care,
No.
Slap me around if you may. Slap me around if you may.
Wow.
No.
I'll
Don't.
take it. No. I'll
The
take
hole
it.
is digging deeper for you, Rob. I'm telling you.
No. Here's the thing. The fact is, we're all part of the same community, and you're here now. Now, I would ask you. I would say to you, sir.
Yes.
And by the way, I've missed doing the Midnighter because that's where we, and everyone's like, why aren't you doing the Midnighter? I'm like,
Well, you are. It's called Friday Nights.
no, Dave. No, I know you want me. No.
Midnight Metal on Fridays is dead
No.
people. It's the Midnighter or whatever he calls it.
Thank you, Davy. I was
Wow.
just reading the chat.
Like,
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Davy said I had a nice speaking voice, or I should do voice acting. So that's
Well,
very nice.
it's funny, Michael Elliott. Do you do voice acting? Oh my God! By the way, here. Let me ask you this. Do this for me.
Yes.
Do this for me.
Yes.
On the planet Arrakis, one man has the future in his hands.
On the planet Arrakis, one man has the future in his hands.
And it is confusing and boring.
Oh, what?
And it's confusing.
I would say, like, Michael.
Come on, wait! Don't get in the way of my audition. And it's confusing and boring. How's that?
I think it's a win.
I think it's a win too. So,
But listen,
Michael, have
Right.
you seen
Yes.
Dune?
No, I haven't, and I only caught half of the show last night because you guys wouldn't shut up. And I'll tell you this: you don't even have to give details, but just talking and the sound. There was just too much to. Put
By the way,
together
is there
in
any
my head.
way? Can you give us even more volume?
Oh my God! Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, louder.
How about now?
Even more louder.
All right, hold on. How about now?
You sound, because you have a great voice.
How about now?
Oh,
there we go. That's
you go. That's it.
We got it. Do we got
That's
it now?
that's a
Yes.
bingo.
That's
All right, great.
That's a big. Okay, so Michael,
Yes.
tell me about your experience with Dune.
No. I haven't seen
God.
it yet. But
Yeah,
wait a minute.
me either.
Wait a minute. I plan on seeing Dune, probably Dune and the Eternals on the same day. That's what I'd like to do.
Wow.
And so I have something scheduled on Monday that I have to do, but on Tuesday I plan on going to see Dune and Eternals. So I'll be able to better tell you. I saw
You can see Eternals early.
Isn't it out now?
No.
No, November 5th.
Okay. So, all right. So when Dune is out, I know that.
Dune's out. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can sleep right through that one.
That's an
Oh, Dave,
What
stop that shit right now. Come on.
Maybe
No,
I
stop
think
it.
I think
Stop,
I'll
stop.
hit that HBO Max button tomorrow afternoon.
Oh,
and,
my
as I take
fucking
my
good
afternoon
Christ.
nap.
There is no way in hell I'm gonna watch Dune on TV.
No,
on a
nor should
on the
you.
computer. No way.
Nope.
I'm gonna
I saw
watch
the-
it.
I
I'm
saw
gonna
the
watch
very
it on my
first one.
iPhone.
Okay, Dave,
I
fuck
saw-
off. And I'm just saying.
Well, that's it
I
for
saw-
me tonight, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, enjoy the veal. No, I saw the original Dune, when it first released in the theaters. We all jumped into a car and drove and we stood in line for it, And it was a great experience, and I'm sure this one is going to be a great one. Denis Villeneuve is. Oh no, is it Denis? Yeah, it is, right?
Denis Villeneuve.
Oh, it's going to be it. I mean, Blade Runner 2049 was a dream come true. And,
Yeah.
And I hear this film is even more gorgeous visually than 2049.
Well, it's.
Okay.
I would say this. I mean, it's an experience. I mean, what we have been accustomed to is watching stuff on screens, and we're just looking at story or characters, and that's great. But cinema is an experience, and Dune is like, my God, seeing it in an incredible theater. It fills your soul. Like it's not just, oh, I'm watching a story and characters. You're feeling it. You're feeling this thing,
Rob,
and it's amazing. Yes, Dave.
is it a happening? And does it freak you out?
It's my happening, and it freaks me out. Wow, that's a very reference. Okay, kids, I'm gonna throw it to the two of you as I go relieve my bladder.
Oh. And then when you get back, there's something I need for you to see.
Yes, well, Michael. Okay, Dave and Michael, it's just about you right now.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Dave and I will conspire while you're away.
Guys,
Yes.
don't care about Dune. Sorry. Don't care.
You really?
Don't care.
You're not a fan, or did you see
No.
the? Oh, okay. Well, hey, listen, you don't have to be. I mean,
I saw the original. I don't understand it. It's too confusing. It's too dense. I'm like, they're not gonna like do the. And this is a half movie.
I understand. Yeah, but
I'll
now I
watch it.
heard a second movie they have green lighted a second movie.
Did they?
Yes, I heard yesterday. It could have been a rumor, but that's okay. Could have been a rumor, but I have heard yesterday that they green lighted a second one.
Well, that's good. At least they're gonna get a second one, so
Well,
they
I
can
think-
tell this whole story.
I think it's doing so well overseas that they probably couldn't resist.
It's not doing that well here.
Yeah, but are they going to play it in China? I wonder.
When a Halloween movie does better than Dune, this big
but-
epic.
Yeah, well, the first one didn't do great either. I mean, that doesn't say anything, about whether or not it's going to be a classic or anything. You know what I mean?
Some
I
people
know.
think the original is a classic, and I just I don't. I'm not there. I'm not there. I don't go with it. I'm sure visually it's amazing and everything, but I've been disappointed. Story wise, I've been disappointed by Denis Villeneuve since probably after Sicario. Yeah.
So you didn't like 24? Did you like 2049?
No, you know what I felt about 24 Blade Runner? I felt like the way I felt when I watched the original Blade Runner the first time. I'm like, yeah, goddamn, it's pretty, but it's a lot of air in between a story. And my problem primarily is with Ryan Gosling. Most of the time, with the exception of The Nice Guys, I think Ryan Gosling is a guy who is asleep half the time when he's on screen, and it's just he is not engaging to watch.
You know something, I kind of have to agree with you there. Although he wasn't the thing that held the movie up for me anyway. But I thought he was okay. I'm not a Ryan Gosling fan by any stretch of the imagination. And when I found out that he was going to be, playing one of the leads, I was like, huh. But all I needed was to find out that Harrison Ford was coming back, and I was fine with it. But yeah, I mean, I can understand, a lot of people have issues with the film and the first one as well. But what are you gonna do?
I just, like I watched Blade Runner and the original, and I appreciate it for the way the craft, the way it looks. It's amazing. And I've grown to appreciate that movie more. So maybe in time, if I gave Blade Runner 2049 more of a chance and everything, that I would appreciate it in the same way. It took a long time, but there were things about the first Blade Runner that I appreciated more, right, aesthetically at least. I just thought 49 was just, again, it was so long. I think his movies are too long. Sicario was a nice tight movie.
What is the longest film that you ever produced or directed?
Seen? Oh, directed? No, I mean my stuff. I like.
Hey,
90
bud,
minutes.
boys, good to see you guys.
Yeah, that's the thing. The movies I make, you want them to be, 90 minutes or less. Like get in there and get out. I'm not trying to do any. At this point in time, I'm not trying to do anything like profound. I just like want to entertain and get in there and get out. And, I appreciate more and more movies that are 90 minutes or less.
Well,
we've gotten so long in the tooth with our storytelling these days. It's like, guys, come on.
It's almost like every film's got to be at least 2.5 hours. It's
and
crazy.
it doesn't. And it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Some of the greatest films are
they're called bladder busters.
Well,
like,
okay,
come on.
boys.
Bladder busters.
We're men, Rob.
No, okay.
Yes.
Here's what I would say about that. In the 50s, when television became a thing, they had to create widescreen films. Like big event things, like movies.
Yes, Gone with the Wind is too long.
Well, that was 39, but you could, in the 50s, they wanted to make the theatrical experience different than TV.
Right.
Well, now we live in a world where the best drama is on television. I mean, it's on streaming. Whether it's a Squid Game, a 9-episode series from Korea, by the way, which is fucking great. It's really great.
Okay.
Okay.
So the great drama, the great things that obsess us that we can delve into, like are long form dramas. So the idea of a 2-hour or 3-hour experience in a theater, how can that be something worthy of your time and money? And now when you see something like Dune, the experience of it in a theater is very, very different than watching. Well, I watched it. It's on HBO Max. Here it is. It's the same movie.
They should bring back the. Someone said, and I agree with them 100%. Do these long movies, but bring back for theaters, but bring back the intermission.
Well, you brought up something earlier, Dave. You talked about Gone with the Wind. Now, of course, we know Gone with the Wind and where we are these days. There's a whole different issue with the movie itself.
My biggest thing.
Come on, do you not think the antebellum South is something we should exalt?
Rob, hold on.
I'm kidding.
Time out for a second. And Michael, I just want to say this. What I found most amazing about Gone with the Wind, the production, everything is amazing about that movie. It's incredible, and yes, I think everyone should see the movie. What I didn't know after all these years, because I watched it very late in my life so far. What amazed me was that Scarlett O'Hara, one of the most beloved cinematic characters ever, is one of the most horrible, awful people ever, and that blew my mind.
She's vile. But let me tell you this. Let me,
Dude, she will see you next Tuesday.
let me let me finish though. All right, you talked about the intermission and all that stuff, which I think I'm all for as well. I guess I might have been 8 or 9 years old when my mother took me to the theater to see Gone with the Wind. 4-hour movie, of course, with intermission.
Yeah.
Right.
So 2 hours ends, right? And the intermission comes up. My mother turns to me. She goes, "You ready to go?"
Come on now.
And I looked up at her and I went, "Oh no, Mom. I want to
see how this."
Do you know why? Do you know why I wanted to stay? Vivian Lee blew me away at 8 years old.
Because she's a fucking hottie.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, dude. I mean, yeah.
I'm a little 8-year-old kid. Vivian Lee, huge, bustier, bloom. I lost it, bro. And I was like, "Oh no, Mom, I want to stay," and I stayed.
Yeah, you're not going that crazy white woman. You're like, I want those titties.
Oh boy.
I mean,
oh man, I reached puberty way too early.
Now
Way too
Michael.
early.
Michael, here's my. You have so delicately laid out my philosophy of life, which is here's this.
Boobies.
Well, no, we are. There is one race on the planet Earth that we talk about, the human race. That's it, one race. And you know what? By the way, Michael, I've noticed, and perhaps I'm wrong. Are you black? I know. I don't know if it's correct. I have to ask you. I know. If you're really,
I'm not quite sure.
I know you're like. So here's the thing. Here's what I think. Anyone who's black represents the genesis of mankind. So, like, if you're black, it means you are older. You have more roots than any white man. And I'm a white dude. I would say so. So for all of you people that are wondering, anyone who's darker than you means that they're older than your humanity, and they're why you're here. So, like, let's get rid of all that stuff. Let's just say humanity is one race. One race. That's all we are. We are the same people.
After that comment, Robert, I don't even remember what happened last night.
Well, okay.
That's
I appreciate that.
I'd want to forget whatever happened last night.
Well, no. But here's the thing. Here's what I don't get. What I don't get is all human beings. We are one race of people, and what is so crazy is now we live in a world where everybody wants to define us by, like, oh my God, I'm 65 genders.
Yeah.
All right, man. You know what? You do you. Great. But at the end of the day, I would just like to say we're one people. When the aliens fucking invade, when Independence Day happens, we're not going to be like, oh my God, you're from sub-Saharan Africa. I don't give a fuck. If you're going to fight the aliens, let's do it together.
Rob,
Right?
you're rambling.
Avengers
Rambling.
Assemble.
I don't think I'm
Avengers
rambling.
Assemble.
I'm like,
You're rambling, but you know what I want to say? You know, you guys want to defend your
Position? Defend my position?
No,
Bruh.
Charlie the Unicorn says, finally, alcohol.
Wait, what? Well, I've been drinking Zevia. What the hell?
Yeah, he's been just drinking Zevia all night. No, but my thing is, I just want to, remind you guys. Your epic storytelling. How long was James Whale's Frankenstein?
Okay.
70 minutes, 80 minutes, maybe. maybe.
Not every story is about James Whale's Frankenstein or
No,
Bride of
yeah,
Frankenstein.
but all the Universal horror films are, they tell their epic story
Dave.
concisely.
Okay,
You're gonna tell me,
Michael, Dave.
You're gonna tell me that the Mummy is not epic storytelling.
Okay, I would throw it out to the both of you. Let me start with you, Michael, and you, Dave. First of all, tell me a story, and tell me a story that might be 75 minutes or whatever. Michael, tell me what is the tale you would if you were given. Let's just say you were given enough money to make whatever movie you wanted to make.
You are asking at almost 4 a.m. for us to come up with a story that could be told in 75 minutes? Go fuck yourself is my story.
Go ahead.
Okay, quitter. You quit. You go ahead and quit.
No, I gave you my story.
You know what? Michael Elliott's going to step up. Michael Elliott will tell you
it's called Go Fuck Yourself, and you can find it on Pornhub.
Wow. Okay, Dave. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be like exalting and let's lift up people. But you're like telling me to go fuck myself.
Let me tell you
the
something.
title of the movie.
By the way, you're not wrong. Michael, tell me a story.
It's all on you, man.
Everybody on the internet, you should be so grateful to be here in the midst of these two guys when they're clashing.
My God.
This is the best.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, come on, Dave. Let's come on. Seriously, he's not wrong.
It's like a good reach around.
It is.
No, come on, don't make it sexual.
And that's the only thing I won't forget about
last night.
Everything else, yeah.
Oh,
the reach around.
God.
No, wait. Before you go, Robert, before you go any further, I know you wanted me to talk about this movie or whatever. I had a reason why I needed to jump on here.
Yes, please.
I'm hoping that I need to check this out. I'm hoping that I'll be able to bring us over to a different camera because there's something I would like you to see. How do I switch cameras over though? I got it. Wait a minute. Let's see it. I'm hoping this works.
Multiple cameras.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hang on. Oh.
All right, now I'm getting ready to leave. I'm gonna go on over here. I'm gonna
bro, look at that. Okay, I know where you're going with this. What?
Oh
Hold on. My God.
I want to make my teacher proud. Come on. Hold on. I hope my headphones.
Oh no, we can hear you. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, you know something? Let me jump off here. 1 second. Let me try.
Please stand by.
No, that's all. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that. I'm looking at.
All right. Now, can you guys hear me at all? Am I
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, look at that. Come on, Michael. Oh, look at that. We can see you.
Let me. I'm gonna see if I can turn this mic up.
It's okay. We can barely hear. It's fine. Just show us the figures. Oh my God. Look at that. Come on.
Wait. Hold on a second. I think I can do this. Wait.
It's all good. Dave.
Yeah.
Let's talk. We can
Is that a Baymax there? No.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can totally hear you now. So what are we looking at?
All right.
Michael, tell us. What do we hear?
All right. So my whole space has been overwrought by figures. And
now hang on. No, let me ask you this: do you have kids or a lady? I mean, you have to explain. Have you been enabled by the people that love you, or what? What's going on?
Well, I recently struck up a friendship with an actual customer of mine.
Oh my God! The ultimate action figure.
I come to find out that he was a collector, and one time he invited me over to his place, and he had a whole room. I mean, pretty much set up like you,
Michael.
Rob,
was he fully articulated? That's what we want to know.
Oh, he's got hot toys. I think he just picked up the.
I'm sure he does.
He's got all sizes. big, small, you name it. He gets little figures from here to 5 feet.
But
his
what are your
whole
what are
room
your favorite figures?
has-
What in talking about inches and what's up?
Well, because I just wanted to make you proud. I went to a comic and a toy show yesterday morning. Literally an hour or so after you went off the air, I was headed out that way.
Oh my God, you have made me proud, sir.
And I got a figure, and it was a steal.
Bring that to
And
camera.
Rob, it's not 6 inches; it's like 13.
God, I'm the last person. Everyone talks about size to me. I'm like, fuck. What do you got there? What do you got there, Michael? Come on. What do you have? Whatever it is, it's going to make me feel inadequate.
Wow, I don't know what this is.
I don't know what that is either. My God.
Oh, that's an Independence Day thing.
Well, it's Dr. Fate.
It's it's Pierce Brosnan?
Oh, my God.
Pierce Brosnan is Dr.
Dave,
Fate.
I mean, am I wrong to think, like, my entire life...
Look, it's an Independence Day alien. Oh, it's Pierce Brosnan. Oh, wait.
It's Dr. Fate, man. Come on.
Oh, wait, and there's...
But I got this, like I said, it was the alien. Let me pull this out a little further. Okay.
In a world with Dave.
Michael's going to pull it out.
So, Dave, let me ask you this. I mean, hang on. Let me talk about my Spider-Man hot toy figure.
All right.
Hang
What a
on.
nerd!
No.
And then this one right here,
Yes.
I was told that that's a chase.
What is
Batman
Okay,
Beyond.
Michael.
Oh. Well, Batman Beyond, I'm all for.
I'm all for that.
But that's a chase.
Michael,
There.
the real question, what we want to know is, so
I'm
you
getting
hooked up
seasick
with
here.
this guy. What happened? Did you guys
what
have
do
a
you mean
good
what
night? What's up?
Whoa.
I'm sorry. What did you mean? What did
No,
you say?
you said you met some guy, right? You guys.
Yeah. Oh no, he sold me that, and I mean for a steal.
I thought you guys were hooked up and like you had a hot night. I'm like, I didn't think you like. Oh, Mike,
Rob, you know you're the only one.
Oh my God.
Oh,
dude. I'm sorry, man.
I
That's
am.
so
I
sad.
mean, my God, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying so. So, but here's the thing. So,
Yeah.
let me ask you this:
Yes, sir.
when you find that Grail piece, you find that thing that you want the most. You find that
Right.
just it's an externalization of what you dig, and you
Yeah.
get it. You get it.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Dude, there's such a great rush when you.
By the way,
find
you don't have to wear a mask. Like we're on YouTube.
That's the microphone.
It's a great rush when you find a figure that you're looking for. I there's no better feeling.
I know.
I hate buying online. As a matter of fact, I don't want to run with you guys. Those hot toys bring so much. They bring too much agita. You guys are freaking out. Oh my
I don't
God!
I don't buy hot toys.
Well, not you, Dave.
I
but
can't
I'm
afford,
Dave-
I can't afford
Dave-
that
wait,
shit.
wait, hang
Rob
on.
is just
Dave
Rob is just
Parker. Dave
Rob
Parker
just
is a hot
grossly
toy. He's a
Rob
hot
is
I can't
just
afford it
grossly
either.
irresponsible.
Yeah, does he emasculate you too?
No. Dave Parker does not emasculate me. Dave Parker empowers me. Being friends with Dave Parker, when I sit around, you know what? I saw Dave Parker for the first time in like 16 months, 18 months. We went to dinner with Connie Sang, and let me tell you, being in Dave Parker's presence made my dick twice the size that it is, just because he's an amazing man.
So he almost reached 6 inches. It was very impressive.
Wow.
Oh, dude, why you gotta do me like that? At least give me 7.5. Come
Hey, at
on
least
now,
he's bigger. He's bigger than me. I'm hung like a baby. But
dude.
see,
I can't be on the show then.
yeah, I'm hung like a baby.
Yeah.
As a matter
It's
of
not
fact,
about how you're
as
hung.
a matter of fact, I
It's
have
about
no
how you use
problem.
it.
Showing it right now. We're getting a debut right here, guys. Midnight Metal right now.
But I got something else to show you here.
God.
Hold on.
Wow, Dave, thanks for not sticking up for me. Thank you so much. I'm the greatest cunning linguist you'll ever meet. Just saying.
At least I wasn't sticking it in you. That might be good too.
What can I say? I mean,
wow, the screen.
This is the greatest.
I don't know. I'm just. He's gonna show us something else. Boy, the mind.
Well, hang on. I'm gonna go full frame. Everyone, in a world where, oh my God. I know, Michael Elliott. Where are you?
He's. I think he's fluffing up.
Yeah. Well, Dave. So where?
Rob,
Dave,
it's 4 a.m. I'm
I'm
gonna see what he's gonna show.
I think, Michael. In a world.
Okay.
Michael.
Sometimes
in
anticipation.
a world
I think
I never made. Okay, hold on.
Look, we're giving you the benefit of the doubt. Wow. Okay.
Wow, I am dizzy as fuck.
Oh my God! Wow. Okay, you've got a great. Look at that. All right, look at Hot Toys display. I'm in. Oh yeah. Wow. All right. Okay. Oh my God! You've been buying the 12 scale McFarlane Toys shit. Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
is this your action figure show?
No, but Michael.
Like Michael just said, "Yep."
Michael, my God, that is some great shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh. Ooh.
Michael. Michael, come back. Come back to us.
Michael.
Come back.
Evil. He's evil.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
I mean, come on, dude.
That's a lot of work. You know what I
yeah.
need to do, though? I need to position my microphone so it's over here. It'd be a lot easier. But that was way too much work. You probably couldn't see anything with me waving the phone all around.
Oh no, we could see great shit. It was great.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, it was amazing.
It was great.
But that's not all. I mean, I got a whole there
Yes.
and over there.
Oh my God, Michael.
So I listen. I like Dave. I can't afford $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 hot toys, but
nor can anyone. We're all buying shit at a time.
I can pose figures better than the best of them. Nobody can pose better than me.
Okay.
Nobody.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
I'm gonna take his word for it.
But that's okay. I've got some other friends who are into 6-inch figures that I'll be posing with, so that's okay. You guys, it won't stop me from
wait, hang on, hang on. Just so you know, I am not part of the posing posse.
Oh, come on!
No one has asked me to do it. I have not. I've not been
not
part
a
of
size
that.
queen. It's okay.
Well, I can't be a size queen. I wish I could. I always look down. I'm like, oh God damn it! But
Next time I'll give you closer because the scene in here has got Robin and Batman taking on Mandarin Spawn, and Robin's got something in his hand. He's getting ready to break Mandarin Spawn's elbow.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Cool.
here's like I'm not a poser. But I know, but I will, and I have proposed a show where I said that we should do a weekly a poser smackdown, a pose off, yes,
that I can watch but not be a part of.
No, you will be a part of it.
I can?
But it's got to be.
You just have to call it poser.
It's got to be six. It has to be a 6 scale.
It's Rob only deals with 12-inch or above. That's all he likes.
Oh, come on!
I'll just watch. I like to watch. I'll just watch.
Oh,
I watch Collecting Weekly.
Man.
I watch Collecting Weekly. I watch Leo's show. Even though I don't run with you guys, I like listening to you guys. But I'll be honest with you, Hot Toys it's just way too much stress in it. And the other thing is, you guys spend a lot of money, and these companies are sending broke shit to you. F that, man. If I order a Marvel Legends online and it comes broken, who cares?
It's okay. But, Rob always orders 2 of every Hot Toy because he forgets. He forgets he orders it, so he orders 2 of them.
He's the man.
Yeah. I do not. I'm a broke ass
motherfucker. Rob, I'm so looking forward to the sideshow 6 scale figure of Michael Myers that you're getting me. I'm just so excited. And the Leatherface. I mean, it's so nice that you said, "I've got you covered, man. I've got you covered." It's just, guys, I'm so excited. And I will not be more devastated if they don't show up because Rob said, yeah.
You know what? Dave, this show tonight, everyone's been very generous. You know what? We get paid once a month on this stuff. But you know what? You have made this show amazing. So, Dave, pick it out. Do you want Michael Myers? Do you want Leatherface? Whatever. I will say to everyone tonight, thank you for supporting this channel.
Well, yeah, I want the goat of all time. I want Michael Myers.
Okay, so I would say for everyone who's been so generously supporting this channel, I will take what we've made tonight here, and I will buy Dave Parker his 6 scale figure. But I will demand. You people have already.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people? I know. What do you mean, you people? That's so fucking so.
Hey, Michael.
God,
Michael.
Yes, Dave.
A little more on your face. We're just getting your elbow right now,
Dave.
It's a very nice elbow.
So, what do you mean, you people? That is Tropic Thunder, but one of the greatest movies of all time. So, Dave. I would say that tonight, good show. So
amazing show. Thanks.
Amazing show, and everyone has supported. So Dave, let's take tonight's. I will. I don't know how to work it out. I don't know it, but you know what?
Liquid Blake said. Rob is giving Dave the 12 inches. Huge.
Yeah. You know what?
With accessories.
Yeah, and by the way, Dave has a sweet ass. I mean, come on. Whoa. Why wouldn't I? So, Dave. So, anyway, people laugh. Like, it's, you know what? I don't think you and I can ever be like, oh, wait, like, here's something we are scared of. No. Come on now. Just saying, Dave and I, we make movies together. In a world.
Hey, Mondo Bizarro, zombie. He mentioned Zombie Holocaust, the Zombie Holocaust 12-inch statue. I have the bust. I have the entire Trick or Treat zombie bust line, which was the poster zombie, the Dawn of the Dead zombie.
Yeah, how is that? I want to get it. Is it good?
No, you. I showed it to you last week, and you were going,
I know,
oh,
no.
that thing's gonna look like shit. And it was like I showed it on
No,
camera.
but
and you're
no,
like,
no.
it was like, oh, that's really good. And then I got the House by the Cemetery one and the Burial Ground one of the Burial Ground ones as well. Amazing. Trick or Treat Studios is doing amazing stuff, man.
Okay, well, Joseph.
But
Dave
the side
says,
but there's a difference between the Trick or Treat Studios 12-inch Michael Myers figures and the Sideshow collectible 1/6 scale one, which is what Rob is gonna
what
provide
the
for
fuck
me.
are you talking about? I like what, dude?
Oh, so he's getting you a low end product.
No, he's getting me the high end one.
Oh, he's
No, I mean I don't buy I buy figures. That's it. I don't buy statues or whatever.
or Marvel or any 6-inch crap, right?
That's right. No,
Okay,
6-inch.
no,
Oh, I did.
no, Michael. It's not. Look, bro.
Though I did get the I
Rob.
did get the ultimate Jason Part 7.
Come on, dude. This is 6-inch. This is 1/12 scale.
We're not doing an OnlyFans, guys.
All right.
No matter how much you ask. Maybe Rob will on his own, but together we're not doing it.
Well,
If the money's
know,
good enough, we'll talk about it.
Well, I mean, what do people want to say? It's jerk off over 12-inch figures?
Well, listen, I'm just enjoying my little 6-inch world. I mean,
Oh my God!
but
Come
I tell
on,
you,
Michael Elliott. No,
I'll be honest with you.
But you have
I'll be honest with
you have a Mandarin Spawn, so that's fine.
Oh my
That's
God,
good.
yes. But I really, I do. I
By the way,
love
you
collect-
need to come in, move into your shot.
more.
You can't see it.
Oh my God, I'm totally.
Yeah.
I'm seeing myself. That's weird because as I'm looking. Well, see, unfortunately, folks, I can't see the comments. So if you,
There's
you
a
know,
reason
said anything to me,
there is a reason
I'm
they
sorry I
call
couldn't
them
answer
hot
back.
toys.
No, look, you can see it where you are. Come on, down into the camera.
Can you see me now?
No,
go down
That is
more.
so weird because I can see my full self.
Oh,
Okay, you
now-
let me know.
Yeah, but
You let me know.
There.
No,
now
look
you're-
at- look.
now you're getting there.
Hold on. So I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
make people air. I'm gonna make people air sick with this friggin' phone.
Oh, there you go. Yes, yes, sir. There you are now, front and center, sir.
See, that's crazy because I'm using this thing called Epoch Cam. It's this software for your phone, and it's showing me a different angle than you
Always.
guys are seeing. All right.
Clint Baker says, "I'd love to talk about making movies." Yeah, we'd love to be making movies, so we're not going to talk about it until we're making movies.
Well,
No-
you know
no
something?
offense, Clint.
I made an independent film, and unfortunately, it won't see the light of day.
Yes, it will. It's got to.
No, it won't. Oh no,
Why
it
not?
won't.
Why
Hey, hang
not?
on. You know
Because-
independent. Check it out. Look at this.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango
A
contest?
dancing teacher wants to tango with you.
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding,
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters. On VOD this Friday. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, no, for real.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm going to watch it, and I cannot wait till the next time I get on air with you. Oh man.
Well, I mean, it's funny for those of you who don't know. I mean, it's look, to make any movie. It doesn't matter. Like nowadays, where'd Dave go? Did Dave go away? Well, Michael. So let me ask you this. I mean, let's talk about pop culture. I would ask you, does it matter? I mean, do you think that, like,
Does what
the
matter?
Marvel Cinematic Universe, all the shit, Star Wars, Star Trek, do you think modern pop culture doesn't matter?
No.
Well, modern pop culture is always modern pop culture. Tomorrow it'll be modern pop culture. 3 years from now it'll be modern pop culture. Whatever is happening right now is considered modern, correct?
Rob, you're hiccuping.
So unfortunately, things like Star Trek Discovery.
You can't
Modern
say
pop culture.
those words.
Doesn't mean you gotta like it, but it is modern pop culture. How it's getting the 5th season, I have no idea.
You can't say
that show is garbage.
the ST words on the show. Maybe on Friday you can.
Listen, I agree with him. I think it's garbage.
Maybe when Rob gives you a reach around, you can say those words, but not on this show.
I can say I hate it.
You can't say the words though.
Oh,
they're forbidden.
I didn't know that.
And Rob's hiccuping, which means we have reached the end of our broadcast evening. We hope you have enjoyed the show.
No, for real. I mean, it is
fitting. For real, we have reached the end of our broadcast evening.
It is 4:21
in
the morning.
4:20. Yeah.
It is 4:20.
It's 4:21. You already missed it.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Okay. So, Michael,
7:21 here.
I think it's time to end Midnight Metal. Midnight Metal. It's pretty good, right?
Yes. Thank you, Clint. Thank you again, Clint. If you're still here, which God knows.
But hang on.
Why the hell would you be?
There are super chats that I would like to get through.
Let's address those.
Let's get those.
Yeah. I mean, my God.
Rob, don't pontificate. Get on with the super chats. Let's go.
Right.
Let's go. It's 4:22 in the morning. Come on.
Fuck?
Let's go.
Dave, shut the fuck up. Joseph says, "Oh, hi, Rob. Can you please explain to me why the holy hell do they keep real guns on sets anymore?"
Even
as a layman, I know in today's
we covered that question hours ago.
I love when he recycles the chats. It's cool.
Okay, fine.
He only recycled one of mine though.
You're lucky.
It was cool.
Next,
Michael Stella says,
yeah,
okay,
we've
fine.
done that one.
You know what? No, fuck it.
We're going live.
We're going live.
You know what?
We're going live.
Hey, boys.
I can't.
No, hang on.
I can't do this song after I do a dedication with a story of a goddamn dog dying. Jesus.
No, you know what? No. I think Joseph's question stands. What do you think about what happened? What happened on the set of Rust? How do you feel about it?
I feel that it's a topic for another show.
There you go.
Okay. No, it's not. Right now.
Well, I think we all think it is absolutely unconscionable and should never happen. And after the Brandon Lee case, it really should have never happened. And I think that's all you need to know. It should have never happened.
I agree.
Yeah. Wow. I that's got to be really traumatic for him too. I mean, wow.
Dude, I can't even believe. I mean, for everyone on the set of that show. I mean, it's exactly why IATSE went on strike.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Safety.
All right. Okay. I know.
Next one. I mean, you're hiccuping, Rob. Come on.
Well, okay. What do you want me to say? I mean, yes.
This is just disintegrated. I apologize.
No, okay. Okay.
Next week, I promise you, I will be as lit as Rob is now. At the beginning.
I'm not lit. I mean,
well, I wish I was.
Rob, you are lit. Come on.
No,
Come on,
I'm
Come on.
trying to.
Come on, dude.
No, Dave. It's
Come on,
it's
man.
Well, he does get a little misty toward the end of it. You can
oh,
you can see it in his eyes, and he just gets a little misty.
I'm wearing glasses. I mean, what? I mean, are you
Rob,
kidding
it's-
me?
But Rob, it's a cute misty.
No, but I'm okay.
What? What's the problem?
I am trying to be here for all of you.
And you are.
I just want to say I'm hiccuping. I'm like, and I'm trying to.
Why?
Okay, so Dave.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Can't-
Yes, sir.
It's
Mr.
very
Mr.
difficult. It's
Yes,
very
yes,
hard
ye-
too.
Yes, it's very hard. It's very hard. At 4:26 a.m., it's very hard.
Okay. All right, I'm done. You know what? We had a good show tonight. Michael, it was great to have
I
you.
came in like a
here.
wrecking ball. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. So you know what? You know what's great?
Cyrus, don't worry about it.
Okay, so I would say Michael, Elliot, thank you for being here. I would thank Bryan Fuller for giving us his time, and especially my compatriot, the man. Come on.
He's having a great time. Oh wow, that was a big one, Rob. Jeez. Holy
This is so great.
Look, it's Oscar Golden. Steve?
decibels was that?
Dude, you're Maskatron, if anything.
But Rob, see, I can't even say anything seriously. Oh my goodness gracious. Is that all Zevia?
Okay.
Yeah, that's all Zevia.
Yes, it is. All Zevia. God damn
Way
it.
too much
my God.
carbonation, right? Way too much carbonation. Holy smoke!
Oh my God.
Well, Rob, between your hiccups, I just want to say,
Wait, we have to be quiet. We have to capture this just on its own separate
Yes.
track. Just
Yes, Michael.
let's
Yes.
just listen to let's just listen to Rob for a minute.
okay.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Michael. What the fuck? Listen to Michael. Michael. Michael.
No, yeah, in between.
You have the floor.
If I can interject in between belches and farts and all of the other things. Rob, sincerely, I am very grateful that you invite me on. It's an absolute thrill when I come on. I just think, the show is fantastic. And I really appreciate, you giving the people, out there viewing a chance to come on and talk to you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. See? And okay, that's it. I'm not going to try anymore.
Okay, hang on. Look.
you're
that
vile.
that was not me. That was Dave Parker. And Michael.
Okay, well,
I
Michael.
got it, Rob.
if
You're not-
it's
you're coming
Dave,
from
I'll
both ends.
take it from Dave.
Hang on. I would say this. Michael, I appreciate that sentiment. And
No, really.
you know what? Here's
You're
the
a real
thing.
great guy.
This channel is based on Dave, stop that shit. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, no, in all sincerity, Michael. Dave,
The more infantile, the more I fit in. After all,
God damn it. You know what? This channel is not supposed to be. Okay.
No,
Okay. Hey.
seriously.
All right.
That's uncalled for. Really, seriously.
oh my God, I got to get more, Rob. I got to get the rest of them. Oh my God, isn't he gorgeous? Isn't he
Okay.
gorgeous?
Oh my God. It's Tron.
I got it. I got to get the other three, man. I got to.
Wow. Okay, so gents.
Yes.
Dave, stop that shit.
Trying to moon you again.
Okay,
Stop.
can we just? I really want to stop the show in
You know what, Rob? Rob, you know
I
what?
just want to stop the show. Yes, Dave, what, Dave? Please.
And would never stand for this.
Okay, guys, you know what? Okay. Okay.
Lord.
Thank you for watching Midnight Metal. We appreciate your patronage.
Yes, and thank you for
Crying over here, guys. I'm crying.
everyone.
I'm crying.
Michael Elliott, Dave Parker. Thank you to my blue wrenches. Do we have any? Darren Seeley, Bunyan Snipe.
Left.
Thank you guys. I mean,
Where's the Richard when you need him?
Richard missed a good show tonight.
Oh my God.
I tell you, when I'm on here with Rob and Sir Richard's in the chat going, let's cut him.
No, apparently tonight we don't cut anyone.
Either. Anything. We start classy and we
God.
get see.
Oh, my head's hurting, man. It's 7:31 in the morning and I got a blistering headache from laughing.
Okay, well, Dave, Michael, I think it's time we all go.
Yeah.
I would say to my
Infantile
blue wrenches,
humor.
thank you so much. To everyone who supported the channel, this might be the greatest. I mean, my God, you guys have supported this channel so much. Hang on, you know what? Hang on. Before we sign off,
Yeah.
I think we need to go back in and look at the things people have sent in. Just because Michael Strelitz has sent in.
My Michael Myers 1/6 scale figure from Sideshow Collectibles. Thank you, guys.
Well, Clint Baker says Dave's about to have a stroke. And Michael Strutz he says, thank you. No trousers are down. Thank you for a great channel. Halloween movie suggestions. Radisson and Michael says, are you grand? Michael, we
Yes,
are
sir.
grand. Thank you. And by the way,
Yes, we
thank
are.
you for supporting the channel.
I appreciate it.
Albert Vasquez sends in a super chat and says, Rob, Dave, do you think they will introduce the Emperor Shaddam IV in Dune or Fade Ralpha in Dune Part 2? Well,
Sure.
yes,
Yep.
they have
Yeah.
to. I mean, they
Absolutely.
have to. Like, for real. I mean,
I
the
haven't
real
seen it,
question
but
is,
yeah.
will they make
Gotta finish
Dune
the story.
Part 2? I don't know.
I was when you went away, Rob. I was telling Dave that I heard yesterday that a second film has been greenlighted.
He made
Well,
it.
that could have been a rumor.
He made it up.
Could have been a rumor, but I heard the second Dune is greenlighted.
I would say that
Not
if
the-
it,
not with the
i-
box
if
office
it is,
domestically this week.
we'll know all about it. I mean,
It's doing great. It's doing great overseas. Like
and
Dave
great
said,
here.
it's not
I mean,
doing great
it's,
here.
I look. I think
What's
we
the
all.
gross here? What has the
Like-
gross here? Do you know?
Maybe 20.
Well, no, because it
that
opened.
all?
It opened today. I mean, yesterday. I think it's probably gonna make 60 million. And by the way, it's already.
We know we're getting a Halloween ends. I know
Yeah.
that.
Didn't he make this Dune for less than he did Blade Runner? Didn't he make this
Yes.
Dune for
Yeah.
less than
No, he
200
did.
million? He made it for
He
less than
did.
200 million.
It
right?
was not. It was not made for a gigantic amount of money.
I wish I,
mean,
had
good.
Denis Villeneuve's non-gigantic money.
Good.
okay, Dave. I'm just saying. I mean,
Don't you?
I do. I do not. I do not prop myself up as some oracle of Delphi of the.
But
well,
wouldn't you like $200
you're
million?
the,
Yeah, but he didn't make it for 200 million. But
What he made it for?
like 140 or whatever, 160.
Which
you
for
know
him
what?
that's super cheap.
You know what?
For him?
I'll go even cheaper. I'll do something for 100 million.
Oh my! Well, I'll produce that shit for you.
I'll do it for 40.
In a
30.
In a world, look, I'm with you. I
20. 10.
The yes.
There
But
you go.
it's all about look. It's Dune's success is academic. It's all about HBO Max. Will it get what it gets? I mean, even I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Like, wait, later today.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're gonna have a hangover and watch Dune tomorrow. It'd be awesome.
No, I already have a hangover, and I haven't. I mean, come on, I am watching Dune, gents.
Today is Sunday.
It's time to end this stream, right?
Maybe.
I love the thing I love best about your show is that when you say it's time to end the stream, I know we got another good 2 hours to go.
Oh my god! I mean, oh my god!
It is always the indicator. Say that the show's not even close to being over. Then when you announce that you're going off, I go, well, we got a couple of more good hours left.
In a world.
No.
Michael Elliott, my God.
I like how Rob just in a world.
Rob.
Oh my God.
But before we end, Rob, could you please look for a super chat from the first letters of JJ?
Uh-oh. Abrams?
No.
I hope not. JJ. Okay. Yeah. So.
Can you just look and see if there's one? I'm taking care of the I'm taking care of the people.
Well, JJ, there's JoJo Fricote.
That might be it.
Anybody is enjoying Mancini? Oh, this is good. So JoJo Fricote says, "Is anyone enjoying the new Chucky show?"
No,
I
I'm not a
haven't.
horror guy.
I haven't. I haven't. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. I want to. I will catch up on it.
But that's a good question. I mean, that's a as far as genres.
I'll catch up
Chucky
on Chucky.
has a show?
Yes, from Don Mancini, who is the creator of Chucky.
Yep.
Great guy. I promise I will catch up on it and be able to talk about it next week.
By the way, that's a very legitimate super chat. So
yeah,
thank you, JoJo. That's actually really. I have not watched it, but that's a very legit question.
But we will for the Halloween show, the Halloween extravaganza. There's another one by 66 Starship.
No, are you guys gonna dress up for Halloween?
Yeah,
fuck yeah, we are.
Totally.
Come on, man.
Rob is gonna wear his.
When is it? Does Halloween fall on Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Sunday. Halloween is technically Sunday.
Well,
so our show premieres on Halloween.
this show, it's become Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
So
that's excellent.
So we are Midnight Metal on Halloween.
Yeah.
That is wow. What great timing. That's perfect.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Yes.
It might be a little sloppier at the beginning.
Oh,
as opposed to the ending, guys. We're gonna try to.
That show is going to go down in history. I already predicted it's going to go down in history. I tell you, Dave, the absolute funniest thing I think I've ever seen, or one of the funniest ever seen on YouTube. A few weeks ago, Rob was waxing poetic about the toys, and he got he and I'm sorry, the other gentleman, Dieter, got the Enterprise sent to them. This big, huge model of the Enterprise. And Rob takes, the pieces of the Enterprise and he's rubbing it on his body and he's rolling his eyes in the back of his head. It's such pure ecstasy. It was the funniest. Good thing I wasn't drinking my coffee at the time. I would have spat it out all over the mixer. It was just the funniest thing I've ever saw.
By the way, the secondary hull.
Rubbing it on, rubbing the on his body.
Just so you know, if you have the secondary hull in your hands,
stroke so funny.
It. I mean, the thing is, I will not. I will cop to the fact it made me feel really good. I'm just like, oh wait, hang on, wait.
It was just the way he reared back in the chair, his eyes rolled in the back of his head, and he was just stroking. It was so funny.
I mean, it's not quite.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my god!
Come on, man, you gotta stop.
Okay, I'll stop. Just saying. I mean, when you asked me to touch the primary hull of the Enterprise. Wait, hang on. Wait.
Fire now.
You know, it was just one. You know, it's one of those like really just those moments. You know, you could catch them like so big. There you go.
Rob, save it for your OnlyFans channel.
Oh, good lord. He's holding like it's a bagpipe. You know.
Rob's OnlyFans channel will be coming soon.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Hey, I'm with you.
If you want my OnlyFans channel, you have to pay for it, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for it. I'll pay not to watch it, but
in a world.
in a world.
Look, I
on,
just
man.
provide entertainment. That's what
And
I
now-
do. I just want to make people happy.
and now we bid you all
Yes.
a fair, fond, well do.
Yes.
Until
Midnight
next-
Metal
until next
episode
week.
400, or actually, it's 57.
Yeah,
Michael Elliott, Day Partner.
until midnight metal,
All Hallows
which will not be Friday, because that's the Midnighter, guys. Just remember, whatever it's called, it's still the Midnighter.
Wow, really? But really?
I'm throwing it down.
Oh, so Friday is no longer Midnight Metal Part 1. It's only
That's right.
Midnighter,
That's
and then
right.
it's Midnight
Well,
Metal.
you know
with
what?
and
That's
me.
right. That's right.
All,
Michael.
all y'all
That's
can
right.
Hey,
fuck
man,
right
hey,
off. Fuck all
Throw
y'all.
it down, bro. Throw down the gauntlet.
Wow,
if
that
you-
no,
telling you.
no.
Yes,
It's Midnight
yes,
Metal.
yes,
it's
yes.
Phil's. Wow. Okay.
He is your co-host. So, you know. He's got equal say.
It's true. It's true. Gentlemen, I will say this to you both.
Gentle beings.
Every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet
and most
to hear.
you don't want to hear on this show.
I would say this: Darren Seeley, every other moderator who's here, Darren Seeley. Thank you.
So Richard, wherever you are.
Yeah, thank you to all the blue wrenches. Thank you. Wow, come on. Okay, you know what? I'm so done, gentlemen.
That is so unprofessional. I can't even.
Gentlemen.
Again.
I know. So it's a reach around, but you love it, don't you?
Yes, we do. And
That's-
on that note,
A reach around
I
is
will
pretty
say goodnight to
unprofessional too,
all
right?
of you.
That's a you and Rob thing. Sorry for the calamity.